Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting about October 8th, 2013. This morning we'll begin our meeting with a flag salute led by Supervisor Jack Durant.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Was the clerk ready to read the statement of meeting procedures, please?
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, October 8th, 2013. Agendas are available on the wall outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. When you speak, clearly state your name and address for the record. All items on the agenda will be open for the public to address before final action is taken. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker, which will be monitored by a timer on the podium. If there is a person speaking on behalf of a group with no other testimony from another member of the group, please identify yourself as such, and your time may be extended at the pleasure of the board. Keep in mind that the chairman has discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. It is requested that all cell phones be either turned off or put in the silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you, Ms. Holman. Now is the time for public comment. Anyone in the audience that wishes to address the board on any item that's not on the agenda, please step forward and state your name. Good morning, Susie.
Good morning, Supervisors. Susie DeFawcett, 165 Village Lane, Auburn, California. I'm here today to talk to you about our panhandling solution. It's a program that we're working with the City of Auburn, and the program's name is Please Help, Don't Give. So we are looking at trying to move people towards services by handing out cards and doing an education to the general public to help solve the panhandling problem up here in Auburn. And that's the greater Auburn area, not just the city. We'd love to have the county join in on this, as we know that panhandling costs the community a lot of money. For every $1 given out to a panhandler, it may cost $7 of taxpayer money to clean up, to take the person who's intoxicated that used the panhandling money to get drugs and alcohol. So we really think that Auburn and North Auburn can be a better place without panhandlers. We know that we have a lot of businessmen that are in with us right now, panhandling, making $60, $70 an hour. I wish I could. I know the Gathering Inn could use $60, $70 an hour. So we'd like to have you all join us. We've got cards available. You're going to see us in parking lots. We've got an 8-minute video educating the public, and I'm here to let you know we're kicking it off, and you're going to see a lot of us. Any questions?
Any questions for Susie?
Do you all have your cards? I know Supervisor Montgomery was handing them out.
All right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was trying to supplement my
Maybe down in Roseville, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Ma'am? Good morning.
Good morning. First time I've ever been to a meeting like this.
All right. Doing good so far.
Thank you. Jessica Taff, 3160 Watson Drive in Tahoe City, California. And I'm here representing, I work for Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows as their new sustainability coordinator or green projects coordinator. And I'm working to affect change to allow residents in the North Lake Tahoe area to collect their compost and have it taken by our refuse company and actually taken to a facility that will process that compost into soil and also refine our recycling system up there. We're a pretty large company, as you guys know, up in North Lake, and we would really like to improve how we deal with our waste. And the only way we can really do that is working with the county and the franchise agreement with Truckee Tahoe Sierra Disposal Company.
Okay.
I guess that's it.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address the board under public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to supervisor committee reports. Any?
Keeping us in the
We all
dark.
look 10 years younger.
That's soft lighting. I just thought they're keeping us in the dark per usual.
So, yes, supervisor.
Yes,
Schuler.
not technically a committee, but something that we've been doing now for 10 years. It began back when Bill Santucci and Ted Gaines were on the Board of Supervisors. They started a golf tournament in order to raise money for scholarships for students in the Roseville Joint Union High School District. And over the past 10 years, of course, the complexion of the board has changed, and the original sponsors, Bill and Ted, who sponsored, as it was called at the time, Bill and Ted's Excellent Golf Tournament. Of course, with the change of the board and the passing of our friend Bill Santucci, we renamed the tournament the Bill Santucci Memorial Golf Tournament. Supervisor Duran and I have the pleasure of serving as co-hosts for that tournament. And over the past 10 years, we've raised about $300,000 in scholarship funds. I wanted to take this opportunity, number one, to thank Jack's assistant and my assistant for all their hard work on the tournament and pulling it together this year. I want to thank the folks from Placer Vineyards. I see Ms. Hanson in the audience today. The Vineyards folks have been a big sponsor of this program for a lot of years, sponsoring our shirts. Community First Bank and Carol Garcia, who's a member of the Roseville City Council. Community First Bank is the title sponsor of this tournament. And we've really enjoyed the opportunity to, over the years, see an awful lot of young students in the high school district, as well as at Sierra College. We created a special endowment at Sierra College for Sierra College students that are looking to go on to four-year universities and complete their degree. So a lot of good work has been done, but I wanted to also take the occasion of the fact that Susie's here to point out, stand up, would you please?
Yeah.
To point out that this diminutive little person here won the woman's long drive with a 303-yard drive. So, yeah. 303 and a half. Says somebody who's 5'2" and a half. All right. So a lot of good work goes into pulling that tournament off. Thank Supervisor Duran for his commitment to that, and Placer Vineyards folks and everybody else who works to make that a success. And I'm just really proud to be a part of something that's lasted this long and done so much good over the years.
Very good, thank you.
The only thing I have to add is that Team Durant got the best of Team Bosch, and so you got the whole year to prepare for this.
Any other comments? Supervisor Euler and I participated in the elections department outreach to our seniors that are getting ready to register to vote. We met in... Oh, okay. Well, I'll take them too. High school seniors at Rockland High School. And it was a great event. There was representatives from the political parties. I represented the nonpartisan, and it was a great turnout. We have some really stellar young people that were engaged and asked some pretty interesting questions about what's going on, and particularly with the government shutdown and everything like that. So it was a good opportunity to reach out to our young people and get the courage to be in the political process. Any other reports? At this point, I will close Supervisor Committee reports, move to the consent agenda. We've had a request to remove item 20E for discussion. Is there anything else on the consent agenda that needs to be removed for discussion? Anybody in the audience wish to remove any item from consent for discussion? Seeing none,
Okay, now move approval of consent absent 20E.
all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, need a roll call vote, I'm sorry.
Euler.
Aye.
Duran.
Yes.
Wykant. Montgomery. Holmes.
Yes, thank you. Now we'll just bring up item 20E for discussion. Is there someone in the audience that wishes, it's, I don't know if you want, I see Ken Grimm's here to answer any questions. Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. My name is Patrick Mullen with B&M Builders. We were one of the two contractors that bid on the project that I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about.
Okay.
Really, I'm here just to kind of get a little clarification and see if you guys could maybe talk to the people that are in charge of awarding the contract. We were the low bidder on the said contract, and basically there's DBE goals, disadvantaged business enterprise goals, that when federally funded projects, when projects are being federally funded, there's goals that are put onto the projects that we have to use a certain percentage of disadvantaged businesses. So we ended up meeting that goal, and the people who were in charge of going over it and making sure that we met the goal, they made some errors in figuring out if we met the goal or not. So I protested the job because they were going to give it to the second place bidder, who was $82,000 more expensive than us, and didn't meet the goal at all, but showed that he made a good faith effort to find disadvantaged businesses. So I'm here asking you guys if there's anything you can do, or really how I could go about getting them to give me an answer. I turned in a protest showing them where they went wrong, and they in turn wrote me a letter back saying that they're just going to throw away the bids, throw away all the bids, and put the project back up for rebid, rather than addressing the protests.
All right.
And as a small business, we spend a lot of time and a lot of money putting together these bids. The protest alone cost the lawyer $1,500 to write, and I only had him write it because I've turned in protests in the past, and if they're done incorrectly, they don't look at them, they just throw them away. So I paid money to have it done, and rather than looking at the protests, they just said we're not going to address the protests and we're going to throw away the bid.
Okay. Supervisor Euler, did you have a question?
Oh, I'm sorry, no.
No. Oh, okay. All righty. I see our Public Works Director is here. Maybe he can come up. He's coming up behind you. Look out.
Yeah.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. My name is Ken Grimm with the Department of Public Works, and we were asking you today, and we are asking you today, to reject all bids and authorize us to rebid for the Douglas Boulevard and Sierra College Boulevard sidewalk project. Project proposes, just for a little clarity, infill sidewalk improvements on various portions of Douglas Boulevard and Sierra College Boulevard. It's funded with federal funds, particularly the congestion mitigation and air quality funds. And so we did receive two bids on August 5th. One of them was from B&M. Both bidders right away submitted some various correspondence against the others' concerns about the bid and how it went, centered on this idea of disadvantaged business enterprises, DBEs, and the requirement that you need to either meet the goal, which in this case is 6%, or you need to make a good faith effort to show how well you tried to make that goal. Fairly well-defined process, about 10 steps that you have to go through to show how you've made it. Low bidder was B&M Builders at $556,000, right about at our estimate. The second bidder was C&C Construction at $638,000, which is about $80,000 more than the low bidder. B&M didn't quite meet the goal. In fact, on the initial inclination, we thought they hardly did any participation based on the information that we had received. On subsequent information he's provided, he has gotten closer, but I believe his attorney has also agreed that he is very close, like 6% is the goal, and he made like 5.9. Unfortunately, this isn't horseshoes. You have to either meet it or you don't, or we risk our funding. And so our choice really at that point was to go to the second low bidder, which would have cost $80,000 more, and we're not really thinking that's probably a very good idea either. And so what we're recommending is that we give everybody, I guess we'll call it a redo, and say reject the bids, give B&M as well as anybody else a chance to rebid the project, knowing what's expected, following the rules. We believe that's safest for our taxpayers, hopefully give us the lowest price, and in the end, probably the most fair outcome, giving everybody that second bite at the apple. And that's what we're proposing today.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from, Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, hey, Ken, is there any time, are we concerned about time for this project?
There really isn't, and particularly with the winter coming on, probably wasn't going to be a lot that could be done this winter. Hopefully some of it would have been. So there are no concerns with losing funding or anything like that, which would maybe change our thought process.
And the criteria for disadvantaged business, what, do you have a list of things, or it would have been very helpful to have that included in the packet?
And we can share that. It is basically two parts. You meet the goal, which is 6% shown in the notice to bidders. You meet that with certified, and you show it as part of your bid.
Which we did substantially.
Substantially met. Yeah, absolutely. It appears that they absolutely substantially met it, but they didn't meet the goal. Again, not horseshoes. You've got, the feds don't ask about, they ask, did you meet it? Yes or no. And then the second was the good faith effort, and they are a published set of guidelines, about 10 steps of what you need to do. And a lot of times when bidders think they met the goal, they don't do the good faith effort because you don't have to if you meet the goal. But we always encourage everyone to do it regardless, so if something like this happens, we have a backup plan on how to award the project. We always want to award the project to the lowest bidder, no doubt about it.
And just to clarify, I just want to drill down on this point. There is no wiggle room here. There is no, we almost met it.
Yeah, from my standpoint, it's clear. It's 6%. It's not about 6%. You get there is no tolerance. The tolerance is all in the 6+ range, not the below. I do not see anything and been able to get nobody from the federal, well, can't get anyone from the federal government to say anything, but I can't get anyone to say that close is good enough.
Have you consulted with the county council?
Absolutely. And actually, I'll also add, their protest went through administrative services. Administrative services evaluated based on how they do it, so it's not the department that evaluates that in the end. They did come back with a written finding to the bidder, rejecting their argument, and that they do also involve county council in that, absolutely.
Not necessarily.
Sir,
We have
this
time.
is a hearing here. You've had your opportunity to speak. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Montgomery.
Ken, just so I'm completely clear on this, B&M did not meet the 6%. Did CNC meet the 6%?
They did not. Now, they did meet the good faith effort, which is unfortunate. Obviously, B&M did a great effort actually getting participation, which I think part of the reason why, instead of recommending to you today that we award to CNC, we're recommending rejecting the bids and giving everybody another opportunity for a couple of reasons. One, because of we want to get the participation if we can. We definitely want to get the lowest price. And I think in the end, we want to try to be fair to everyone as best we can within the rules that we are given.
And what percentage did CNC get to?
CNC, I think, is 0 or very close to 0, if not 0.
Thank you.
Supervisor Euler?
Yes. Just want to point out that while the action recommended today is not to overturn the original decision and award you the contract, it's as close really to a victory as you can hope to achieve given the unfortunate constraints that we have when it comes to awarding projects like this. So you filed a protest, and essentially your protest is being deemed successful because Public Works is recommending we not award behind you, but rather give you another shot at it. So I want you to understand that while I know, having been in the industry and having bid projects, it takes a lot of time and a lot of money, and it can be frustrating. At least we're not awarding behind you, and the recommendation today is to give you another chance. Hope that you participate in it, and hope that you understand that we do have very stringent requirements by which we can award projects. Otherwise, not only do we jeopardize funding for projects like this, but then when we put in for funding for other projects in the future, it makes it harder for us to then be awarded dollars for other projects in the future. So we have to be looking beyond just this project. But it sounds like that if the board goes ahead and takes this action that's recommended by Public Works today, you at least get another bite at that apple.
Supervisor Durant?
And if you were close to meeting that, I would say consult with your counsel and what you need to do to shore that up to improve your chances next time. So,
Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to address the board on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
Move approval of 20E.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 20E on the consent calendar. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. The item is moved. It's now time for our 9:10 timed item, Facility Services, Public Hearing, Exclusion of Boughton Property from Sewer Maintenance District 1. Kevin Bell. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of your board. I'm here this morning to request your board exclude or unannex a piece of property from the boundaries of the Sewer Maintenance District 1. Back in 2007, Timothy and Rhonda Boughton annexed a parcel located on Kemper Road into Sewer Maintenance District 1 with the intent of connecting the parcel to the public sewer and developing the property. They did go through the process to annex the property back in 2007 and paid the fees at that time. Earlier this year, we were notified by the Boughtons that they no longer plan to connect to the public sewer and develop the property, and requested the parcel be excluded from the Sewer Maintenance District 1 boundary, and that their annexation and sewer permit fees be refunded. Staff supports this request, and so we're asking your board to conduct a public hearing, and at the end of the public hearing, adopt the resolution that's included in the staff report to exclude parcel 051-100-046 from the boundaries of SMD1, and that you direct the Auditor Controller's Office to refund $36,044 to Timothy and Rhonda Boughton. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions for Mr. Bell before I open the public hearing? Seeing none, this is the public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. Is anyone here wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 1 on the agenda, the exclusion of Boughton property from Sewer Maintenance District Number 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you. We'll now move to our first department item, County Executive 211 Information and Referral Services. Becky Regan presenting.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, members of the board, Becky Riggin from the County Executive Office. I'm joined today by Jerry Gamez, Director of Administrative Services, and we are here to seek your board's feedback and direction regarding development of 211 information and referral services in Placer County. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge community representatives in the audience who are here in support of this item, including Bev Anderson, Craig George, and Ed Morgado from Placer 211, Alan Lang, CEO of Community Link Capital Region, Andrew Sheehy, Senior Vice President from United Way, California Capital Region, and Susie DeFawcett, Executive Director for the Gathering Inn and Golf Pro, I understand. As your board is aware, 211 is a 3-digit telephone number designated by the Federal Communications Commission and the California Public Utilities Commission for providing information and referral services to the community. 211 services were first launched in 1997 across 13 counties in the greater Atlanta region. Based on the results achieved in Atlanta, the FCC determined that 211 systems address a compelling public need that is not satisfactorily met by existing 911, 411, or 311 systems. Since that FCC ruling, 211 services have expanded into all 50 states, including the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, and across 27 counties in California. Callers to 211 are able to reach trained resource specialists who provide assistance in navigating the array of programs and services provided by private, nonprofit, and government agencies, such as physical and mental health services, housing and employment services, drug and alcohol treatment, services for seniors, people with disabilities, programs for children, youth, and families. 211 can also serve as an additional support system for dispersing information in times of natural or man-made disasters, and it can connect people with opportunities to give help through volunteering, mentoring, or contributing other resources. Authorization for a California county to provide 211 services is obtained through formal application process to the California Public Utilities Commission. And in addition to demonstrating broad community support, these applications must also demonstrate the technical and organizational capacity necessary for managing a reliable system. This includes the telecommunications infrastructure and system software, a comprehensive community resource database, and providing trained call center staff that go beyond simply answering calls, but who are trained to glean information from the caller, clarify the need, and make the appropriate referral. 211 services are provided through various organizational models ranging from centralized to decentralized, with the centralized model having one organization administering all aspects of the program, including maintaining the resource database, hosting the website and the searchable database, and operating the call center. Decentralized model established as a public-private partnership where folks work together to pool their information into a common database and to provide resource specialists to handle the calls. Members of 211 Placer Steering Committee have previously addressed your board during public comment seeking support for these services in Placer County. The 211 Steering Committee conducted local outreach and obtained letters of support for these services from community organizations including Salvation Army in Auburn and Roseville, the Gathering Inn, Latino Leadership Council, our major hospitals of Kaiser Permanente in Roseville, Sutter Auburn Faith, and Sutter Roseville, along with the cities of Roseville, Auburn, and Town of Loomis. Community Link Capital Region is the CPUC designated provider for 211 in Sacramento County, and in addition to providing services in Sacramento, they hold contracts representing varying business models with Nevada, Shasta, Yolo counties, which are described in your staff report. Community Link worked with the Placer Steering Committee to develop a preliminary business model and a funding plan, which is also included in your board packets. To summarize this proposal, it suggests a total 3-year cost for implementing 211 in Placer of approximately $405,000, with annual expenditures of about $170,000, $116,000, and $119,000, respectively. This cost is based on a centralized business model, with all calls being handled through the Sacramento call center, with an anticipated average call volume of about 6,000. Community Link readily acknowledges and staff agree that costs could vary based on the chosen model and if partnerships are achieved with existing resource databases. In light of your board's busy agenda today, I'm going to conclude the staff report here. As I indicated, several organizations are in the audience today in support of this item, and I understand that they have kindly agreed to have Susie DeFawcett speak on their behalf. So I guess I'd like to invite her up to make her comments now.
All right.
Have to put on the important glasses.
Good morning again.
Again, my name is Susie DeFawcett. I'm the Executive Director of the Gathering Inn. I'm here in support of 211, which makes sense in today's world. As you look around this room, one sign comes up, please silence your cell phones. It's an interesting fact, but people in crisis need to be using their cell phones, and they do. I've had so many calls from people who are on their cell phones talking about where they can get services. The Universal Lifeline has put a cell phone in almost everybody's hand. And so people that are in crisis and need services have the opportunity to call 211 rather than to look up on a database in a computer to find out where services are available. It's really nice when someone's in a crisis to be able to have a human voice on the other side of the phone. The last thing that someone in crisis wants is to be sitting there alone on a computer and looking up and trying to figure out which one of the many wonderful organizations that provide services in this county is going to be appropriate for them. If you're a domestic violence survivor, if you're looking homeless and trying to find services, if you are in need of utilities services, those are 3 different areas that get served by 3 different community-based organizations, and being on a computer is really hard to figure that out. The Gathering Inn has been holding a contract with the Community Service Block Grant to run extreme weather shelters, and 211 would be able to assist in that by calling them and saying we're opening a shelter. Think about being a traveler coming through Auburn and getting stuck going up the hill because the snow's so bad and not having a place to stay. You don't have a computer on in your car, and so being able to pick up the phone and dial 211 and find out where the emergency shelter is and being able to be housed for the night with a warm meal and not have to sleep in your car is a huge asset. We have a resource center down at the Gathering Inn that sees about 71 people a day come in. They use the computer to find out what other resources are available because they have the time at that time to do that. So the network of care does help a certain amount of the population, but those that are in crisis, the network of care is not the most efficient way to get people into services. 211 is a wonderful synergetic between 911 and 411. If you think of the emergency number and the information number, 211 is a number that allows people in emergencies to get the information they need so that they can solve their crisis and not cost the community extra money. Sometimes people that are in crisis end up in emergency rooms when they don't need to be there. Sometimes they end up in the middle of a, whoop, gotta go.
All right, go ahead.
Any questions?
You can finish, if you're almost done, you can finish up.
No.
I think we got the gist of what you're
Okay.
trying to say.
So it makes sense, and I understand this is a huge chunk of money we're looking at, but we're also going to save those money on public services. When you've got someone sitting out in a car in a snowstorm and they can get to a shelter, that's a huge savings instead of having them back in the emergency room because they now have frostbite. Just an example. Any questions?
So the people that come to your facility in Roseville not necessarily have access to computers. They come to your facility because there's computers available for them to access. Is that what you were-
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
How many computers do you have there?
We have 5 computers that are set up and ready to go, and K-Love has just redone our computer system, so we're really excited that we have those, and the people will be able to use that. And so they can use Network of Care, but we got to get them in the door first. And we get more phone calls from everybody looking for all sorts of things. We've sort of become the resource for everybody, and it's really nice to be able to tell other counties, call 211 in your county, and I'm sure that other counties would enjoy the fact that they can say, call 211 up in Placer, and you can get the services you need out of your own county.
All right. Supervisor Euler has...
Who would be the right person for me to ask questions specific to mechanics about the operation of this? Would that be somebody on our staff or somebody over?
I think let's try with Jerry.
Yeah,
and
we
then
can
invite-
we can certainly take a shot at it.
Okay. So right now, going to 211.org, I guessed, turned out I was right. Going to 211.org, sure enough, I enter Granite Bay zip code. It says there's no call center available in your area, but if I enter an Orangevale zip code, it gives me a phone number to call. And so I'm wondering, is there a reason why when somebody does have internet access, they are not more or less plugged into the kind of database information that somebody on the other end of the phone would have access to if I dialed 211 versus looking online? In other words, if I have internet access and I want to find out where all these resources are consolidated, why not give me that access online? Or is there some place that I'm just not looking? Is it someplace other than 211.org?
No, I think a lot has to do with just the boundaries of where the 211 service is being provided. As you get closer, for example, into the Sacramento County, the way that the infrastructure is programmed really determines whether they're going to direct them to the 211 services. So, as an example, landlines are very simple; those are within the county. But cellular services, you could be at an edge area of a county, and if you hit a cellular tower on the other side,
I might not have made my question clear. So I went to 211.org, just out of curiosity here, and I entered a Granite Bay zip, and it came up saying no services available because we're not in the program.
on the side.
So I entered an Orangevale zip code, and what it gave me was, it said call 211, or it gave me a toll-free number, an 800 number, or it gave me a 916 number as an alternative number for me to call to get these services. What I'm wondering is, since I've entered my zip code, I've self-identified geographically the area in which I'm interested in finding services, is there a reason why on the website, at least, I don't have the option to filter through the kinds of services that are available in the 211 system, as opposed to just being directed to call 211?
It's okay. Alan Lang with Community Link Capital Region. We are the 211 Sacramento provider. The issue when you talk about the specific example you gave of Granite Bay versus Orangevale.
Yeah.
Speaking of Orangevale, because it's in Sacramento County,
Right.
all of the resources that are calling 211 can get access to is also available on our website. So people can go there, they can search the entire resource directory, the same directory that our call specialists have.
But what's our
They can do
website?
that. There is no website right now, and the reason is, well, I'll come back and I'll answer that in a little more detail. Right now in Placer County, if you go to 211, there is no 211 Placer County.
So forget Placer.
So there has
Let's
been.
talk about Sacramento County. I'm a
Yeah.
Sac County resident, and I actually do have internet access. Let's pretend for the sake of discussion, we're sitting down at the Orangevale Community Center right now, and I just type in 211.org, because I'm sitting at the computer at the Resource Center or at the Community Center in Orangevale. All it does is it directs me to call you. What I'm wondering is, your folks obviously draw from a database that directs people to services. Is there a reason why I can't self-select online? Are we getting there?
Yeah. And you can. The website, our website is 211sacramento.org. I think the 211.org is probably the statewide website, which is just referring to who has 211s, who does not.
Okay.
So you can go, if you go to 211sacramento.org, you can search for services, and you can pull up any one of those services that our resource specialists have access to.
Perfect.
So
it's just a function of digging deeper. Okay.
yeah, and it should be, and that's something I can follow up with the statewide. There should be a direct link going from that statewide site to all the individual 211 sites as well. So I'll need to follow up with the statewide organization.
So we'd get that if we had 211 up here?
Correct. Yeah.
Supervisor Montgomery?
Following up on Supervisor Euler's question, because it's excellent, as always, the points he raises. If this were something that we were to create, a 211 system internally within Placer County rather than going to an outside vendor, is there any reason that we could not create some code that would do exactly what Supervisor Euler suggests, which is when you're on a computer and you plug in your zip code, it gives you that menu so that you don't have to pick up the phone and call?
There is no reason why we couldn't do it. We could actually look at different business models, and if that would be a defined business model, we could certainly implement that.
Yeah, because I think there are, tons of people have phones, and 211 is awesome, but my phone, for example, is also a computer.
Smartphone.
And a lot of people have that now as that technology. And so it would be incredibly useful to me if my home had burned down and I were stranded on the freeway and my luggage had been stolen and I needed some mental health issues addressed.
Don't go too far.
Don't go too far. It would be incredibly helpful to me to be able to pull that up on my computer and get access immediately to that information, as Supervisor Euler suggests. So I would say that if this board does decide to go forward with looking more into this issue and deciding if it's something that we want to do, either as a county or with an external partner, that is something that I would very much be looking for. Is that duplicative, for lack of a better term, access to that resource?
And you bring up a great point. Most of us do have cell phones that are internet connected, but there's a huge population out there that doesn't, and that would be the elders.
Understood. Yeah. And the 211, from a phone side, addresses that, whether it's a landline or whether it's a cell phone. The other question that I had for staff was relating to current Placer County capabilities. This is page 339 in our agenda. And it says, Placer County has a number of resources that currently provide information and referral services. However, the county's 911 and 411 systems are the only existing systems available for residents to speak with a live person after hours or on weekends. Is there something about 411 that I don't understand? I thought 411 was a not international, but a national telephone system to get phone numbers. It's not a county.
No.
Okay. I just read this as somehow this was our we ran 411, and I wanted to make sure that people understood that that's not one of our responsibilities, because otherwise I'll be getting complaints about rude operators. So, thank you.
All right. Okay. Did you want to follow up on one of those?
Yeah, just want to make, I think, an important just statement about the 211 program, that it is a program. 211 is the leading edge. It's the simple number. But the phone side is only part of the equation. Quite frankly, the even more important part is the database behind it. And that's part of 211 is if you're going to be a 211 provider, you have to have the database structured and a comprehensive model for what that database is. So I think it's a very important point to make that, yes, 211, the number is kind of what is in the title, is what the kind of public image of it is. But just as important of having a good kind of phone process is the database that then can be made available via web and other sources to make sure you do have comprehensive resources there. And that is part of a very important part of the 211 program.
All right. Thank you. Any other comments? All right. Thanks. So what's the pleasure of the board? I think we're being asked to see if there's agreement among the board to move forward with perhaps.
The action we are seeking from your board today is direction regarding your support for development of 211 information and referral service capability in Placer County, and then also Placer County assuming the lead role in working with community stakeholders to develop a sustainable service plan.
Okay. Supervisor Montgomery.
Since you're asking for feedback, I would say that I'm really very supportive of the 211 idea in moving forward with developing that. It would be my preference that if the county were to move forward with this, and I would encourage us to move forward with it, that we really locate it within the county and that we make sure that the dollars and the revenue and the assets associated with creating a 211 program really accrue benefits not just to the residents of the county who are utilizing 211, but maybe hire some people internally to make sure that they get the jobs and the economic benefit stays within Placer County. Those are my thoughts and feedback.
Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, I've been a big fan of the leverage deficiencies associated with partnering with folks that are already in the business, so I'm not sure that I'm that enthusiastic about us necessarily hiring people. And in fact, I'd kind of like to go a little further in the opposite direction. I'd like to know, and I understand it'll probably be anecdotal, but as counties have opted into this system, I'd like to know from various folks, whether it's within HHS or wherever, or maybe even other supervisors who have then been able to refer people to the 211 number, have they seen a reduction in demand for referral calls or service calls to their Health and Human Services departments between the hours of 9 and 5 because the person who was looking for something at 3 o'clock in the morning was actually able to find it at 3 o'clock in the morning by calling 211 as opposed to necessarily having to wait until the county office is open. So I'd kind of like to see what has been the experience of other counties in terms of a reduction of the demand on staff time in dealing with folks that are looking for help because this is now generally available.
Supervisor Wygant.
Just looking for some comments, I guess, from County Exec's office as to the affordability and the return on investment, if you will, the fiscal impact. So some more full discussion about that. And I guess as it relates to if we're headed in this direction, which I like the idea. I can see how it could be a good fit, but I guess in terms of the business model that we pursue, if we're going to do that, I think I'd want some feedback on, I think it connects to some of Kirk's comments, but I'm not sure what would be the best model. I think we have some great resources in-house, but I guess I want to be cautious about the fiscal impact and to make sure that if we're going to go down this road that we are getting value out of that, and we monitor it and we get feedback to the board in that regard, and that there's some level of confidence that we should take the plunge in the first place.
Supervisor, I'm sorry. Were you done? Supervisor Duran, did you have?
Yeah, I think my comments are not unlike the other concerns that have been stated here this morning. I'd like to see what the other counties do and what kind of benefit, how many of them have a operating, internally, what the benefit is of doing that, how many don't operate internally, how many have totally subcontracted out, just to see where and what it costs, just to see the full landscape before we make a commitment here. But I'm fully supportive of the concept.
And I just wanted to follow up, just to be clear, I'm not necessarily proposing that these new jobs, if there are new jobs that come out of this, be internal to the county, but just that they are located within Placer County so that Placer County gets the benefit. It could be a private entity or it could be a public entity, and that would be part of the discussion that I would hope would come back to the board to look at those different alternatives. I just want to make sure that Placer County accrues as much benefit out of this as possible, both in terms of services and economics.
So I'm generally supportive of the idea. I think what I'm gathering from the board is that there is a desire to proceed with a feasibility study, work with staff working with the community stakeholders. Does that kind of sum up the...
With the comments, taking into consideration the comments.
Yeah. So is there a motion that... Was that a motion, Supervisor Euler?
Well, I'm just curious, do we actually need a motion, or are we just looking for?
Oh, you have the direction?
Yeah, they're being asked for direction, so I would direct staff to follow up on the comments heard today and bring back to the board at some date unspecified report on the issues and questions raised. I don't know if that's a motion or not.
No, that's good. They have direction. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Becky. Wow, there's a lot of people here. Thank you all that were here to support the 211 discussion. And now the time has arrived and passed where we're going to get the 411 from Einer Maish about the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. Is that?
That's a 9-1.
I'm going to try to give you the 211 before he does that.
Oh, okay.
Honorable Chairman and Board, Brett Story representing the CEO's office. Einer Maish from Placer County Water Agency is here to provide you some critical information. PCWA has been working with engineers and modelers to develop the critical approach to the Bay Delta Conservation Plan as its effect on Placer County and the region. So he's going to provide you some information on that. He's also provided a sample letter that might be able to go to the governor, and he would likely ask that the county participate in that process via staff, but the county can participate in that as well as send its own letter. It's purely up to the board. And I'll remind you that it is on our legislative platform to propose these types of things, so you would already be covered. And with that, Einer Maish, the Director of Strategic Affairs for Placer County Water Agency.
Thank you, Brett. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I've gotten to the stature where I get introduced. This is brand new for me. Thank you for the opportunity to tell the story here. I'm going to go through quite a bit of material. I'll try to cover it quickly, but if you have questions, interrupt me. Talk about California's water framework, area of origin concept, how the delta works, sea level rise, Bay Delta Conservation Plan, local impacts. Nice short agenda, but all important to us. So I think it's helpful to have some idea how the state's water system works. So back in 1908, the first major water development project in California was the Los Angeles Aqueduct, went up through the Owens Valley, went up to Mono Lake. If any of you are a fan of watching water systems, they overdrafted the system a little bit, drained Folsom Lake, Mono Lake, got sued, had to give some of the water back, sort of establishing a bit of a pattern there. Second major project was Hetch Hetchy in 1913, which serves the San Francisco Bay Peninsula. They actually had to get federal legislation to build Hetch Hetchy within Yosemite Park. That's the muscle. Anyway, Mccollumy Aqueduct was done by East Bay Municipal Utility District, 1929. That's Comanche and Pardee Reservoir, and they serve the East Bay, which is Oakland, Berkeley, Richmond area. And then the second major project for the Los Angeles area was the Colorado River Aqueduct. There was a 4.4 million acre-foot water supply contract from the Bureau of Reclamation. They were taking 5.4 million acre-feet. That extra million acre-feet happened to belong to the state of Arizona. Arizona sued, and they had to give water back again. And then the Central Valley Project in 1937, which in Northern California was Shasta and Trinity Reservoirs and Folsom Reservoir. And it was about this time that the concept of area of origin began to be discussed. There have been all these projects to sort of imperialistic development of water within the Sierras, taking that water and moving it to the major urban areas in California and agricultural areas in the San Joaquin Valley. And Northern California said, hey, wait a minute, we need a water supply. We need to make sure that our water supply future is secure as you guys do this. And so there was a grand deal struck. And the grand deal was that the exporters, Southern California, San Joaquin Valley, could take the surplus, but they had to leave us with enough water to meet our needs moving into the future. So. And then the last major water development project was Oroville and the State Aqueduct, which was the third major water supply of Southern California. Again, they've had problems with the delta, environmental decline. There've been lawsuits, and they've had to restrain the diversions of water from this project as well. Moving into the area of origin concept, I love this. Mr. Krug in 1948 was Secretary of the Interior. He said, on behalf of the Bureau, there's no intent on the part of the Bureau of Reclamation to divert a single acre foot from the valley that may be needed now or later. So, strong commitment on the part of the federal government. When Pat Brown was Attorney General back in 1955, by this time the state had passed the Watershed Protection Acts that we call the Area of Origin Protection Statutes. And he was asked to render his opinion about the effectiveness of those statutes. He said that those statutes create a right to water which is preferential or paramount to the outside areas, even though the outside areas may be the areas of greatest need or where the water is first put to use as a result of the Central Valley Project. So we've got state law, we've got commitments by the federal government. And then when the Bureau of Reclamation was going for their water rights in 1958, on Folsom Reservoir on the American River, there were competing applications for water rights. And the State Board rejected the competing applications and put Term 14 into the Bureau's water rights on the American, which said that the deliveries under these permits shall be limited to the beneficial use in Placer and Sacramento, shall not be made beyond the boundaries thereof until those needs of those counties, present or prospective, are fully met. So we've got very strong commitment. What the Bureau of Reclamation today says is that they were obligated to enter into contracts with local entities. And having entered into those contracts, they're no longer obligated to provide any superior level of water reliability within this region than over their contractors in the San Joaquin Valley. We're pretty sure that that's not what that says, but you've got to get a judge to tell them that, because the Solicitor General says, nope, that's what that says. Anyway. So the delta. The megatrends in California water that are driving the problems that we have, if you want to call them problems, are growth, environmental regulation, and climate change. So growth, we all understand, the population of the state's approaching 40 million. It's doubled since 1970. Environmental regulation, there has been a steady commitment of water resources to do for environmental purposes. Not that that's bad, but since 1992, about 39% of the yield of the project, the average annual yield of the state and federal projects, have been dedicated to the environment. So as population grows, demand grows, the available water supply has been declining. And then climate change is this new thing that's come in that we've just begun to understand, which is really what I'm going to tell you more about today. So I'm going to do a little bit on how the delta works. I borrowed this map from East Bay Mud, which is why their project shows up so predominantly. But here's the Hetch Hetchy Aqueduct that goes and serves San Francisco. This is the boundaries of the legal delta. And so the water supply comes in down the Sacramento River from Folsom and Oroville and Shasta, and it has to go through the delta and down to Clifton Court Forebay. Clifton Court Forebay is the point at which the state and federal projects actually capture the water. Once they get it there, they've got it, and then it goes south in the canals that you see along I-5 going south. So this is how the water supply works. The water comes down the Sacramento River, and then it actually has to go down the Sacramento River and then counterflow back up the San Joaquin River in order to get down to Clifton Court Forebay, which is a bit of a problem. There's a Delta Cross Channel, which was really the first effort to kind of do a peripheral canal. And later in the year, when the environmental conditions are right, they can open it, and that allows them to bring it down the east side. The San Joaquin River comes in, but the quality's low and the flow rate's low, and so that really doesn't help the situation much. And then once they get the water into Clifton Court, they put in the pumps and they take it to Southern California. So this is a Google Earth view. There's Clifton Court Forebay, and here's how the water goes down the Sacramento and back up to San Joaquin. And this is where the salt water is. So the entire San Francisco Bay is salt water. This X2 literally means the location at which the salt content is 2 parts per thousand. So this is the saltwater mixing zone, and currently it's within Suisun Bay. And the issue here is if the saltwater mixing zone gets a little too far to the east, it begins to get sucked up into this return flow in the San Joaquin, and then you've contaminated your water supply, and that's the end of your pumping, right? Nobody wants salt water. So 400,000 years of air temperature data taken from ice cores. It's been warm and cold and warm and cold and warm and cold and warm and cold. And for about the last 10, 12,000 years, it's been a warm period. If you remember your geology, 10,000 years ago was the end of the last ice age, right? So during this cold period, we stacked so much of the Earth's water up in glaciers, it sheared off Half Dome. Right? So here's the last 100 years of sea level rise information. So sea level has been varying. We take the 19-year mean. The 19-year mean has increased by 8 inches over the last 100 years. And this is my favorite slide. This is a little farther out Google Earth picture. So this is the continental shelf. And the edge of the continental shelf just past the Farallon Islands 10,000 years ago was the edge of California. This was dry land, and they found Indian artifacts. The rivers that flowed out of California, see these head cutting, the river was flowing down that slope, and the Pacific Ocean was actually out here. And the point of the story is that over the last 10,000 years, snow has been melting, ice has been melting, sea level has been rising. It's continuing to rise for the last 100 years. I saw an article in National Geographic that if all of the rest of the ice on Earth melted, sea level would go up another 216 feet. So we've got a ways to go. So if you are the exporters trying to get water to Clifton Court Forebay and sea level is continuing to rise, you see in your future that this X2 zone is going to inevitably move farther and farther east, and you're going to lose the investments that you've made in reservoirs in Northern California, because you're not going to be able to get any water to your export pumps. So what do? You build the Bay Delta Conservation Plan in these twin tunnels. So down here is Clifton Court Forebay, and the proposal is to build twin tunnels up and move the diversions to the Sacramento River just below the city of Sacramento between Hood and Cortland. Those intakes would be safely above the new sea level location and away from the endangered species in the Delta. They'd be able to increase their winter and spring diversions, which would be a good thing. They get a 50-year take permit. The problem is they're not proposing any resolution to the problem of increasing salinity in the Delta and the conflict with endangered species. And that's really our issue. So the assumptions they're making is that sea level is going to rise by another 17 inches by 2060, but that all existing Delta water quality standards remain identical. So the existing X2 location has to be maintained where it is, but the ocean's 17 inches higher. You can picture what happens is the amount of flow that you have to run down the Sacramento River to hold the ocean back when it's 17 inches higher drains Northern California reservoirs in dry years. So Folsom Reservoir, the most remarkable thing about Folsom is that it's relatively small in comparison to the drainage basin. So this is just under 1 million acre feet. but the average inflow is 2.6 million acre feet. So it's a very annual cycle reservoir. And the challenge for the Bureau of Reclamation is in wet years, you've got to keep enough empty space behind the reservoir to manage the flood flows so you don't flood out Sacramento. And in the dry years, like 1977, you have to keep enough water supply behind the reservoir to where you've got enough to meet the consumptive needs of our region. And that's a difficult task for the Bureau of Reclamation. They do this every year, and it's always difficult. Everybody's always worried about one extreme or the other. And if you add on to the responsibilities of Folsom to help meet the Delta water quality standards as sea level rises, you get this, which is dead pool. So this is a chart. The chart isn't taken out of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, but the data is. And what it shows is this is the no action alternative, late long term, which means this isn't the result of constructing the tunnels. This is the result of climate change. That Folsom Reservoir, by the end of September, will be dry over 10% of the time. 1 year out of 8 or 9, by the time we get to September, there'll be no water in Folsom Reservoir. And it will be that way for months until you get to January the following year. We don't think this is a good idea. You know, the impacts are that you got 500,000 people in the Sacramento region that are going to be out of water for months at a time. The lower American River aquatic ecosystem that we're trying to protect in the water forum gets wiped out. And then ultimately, by the way, Shasta is in exactly the same situation. When Folsom runs dry, Shasta runs dry. And so the Delta gets flooded with salt water anyway, because when you get to September and you have no more water left in your reservoirs, you've got nothing to prevent the inflows of salt water. So it's a failed attempt. In the end result, you've drained your reservoirs for nothing. So the problem is that the current objective of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan is to protect the exports from rising sea level. And what it should have been is to find a statewide solution to rising sea level. What you have to do that is you have to identify the changes in operation, infrastructure changes, and most importantly, regulatory changes necessary to adapt to rising sea level. Now, I mean, this is painfully obvious, so the real question is, why didn't the California Department of Water Resources do this work? Why did they put out a plan that shows that we're draining Northern California reservoirs? And the answer is because this is really hard. There are 57 endangered species in the Delta, and they may not all survive if we can't maintain the existing Delta water quality standards exactly as they are. Well, we can't maintain the water quality standards as they are, but the Endangered Species Act doesn't allow us to plan for extinction. We've got communities like Antioch and Contra Costa County that take water out of the Delta. We've got farmers who were promised by the Bureau of Reclamation back in the 40s that they'd have fresh water forever, and they can't live up to the... So, you know, you've got contracts, you've got people, you've got environmental species, and you've got to throw all that into a new arena and figure out what are we going to do. And it's obviously very difficult. So what the Department of Water Resources did is they took the sort of the weak sister. There's three major players in California water. There's the exporters, there's the statewide environmental contingent, and there's Northern California. And we're the weak one in that, primarily because we've always had enough resources where we didn't get organized. And so they threw us under the bus. And the only thing I'm sure of is, I don't know what the solution is, but I know that if we let 2/3 of the state get out of Dodge with their solution to rising sea level and just leave Northern California with the problems, this will never get resolved. The political will that's going to have to be exercised in order to figure out what to do and come up with a solution and implement it is going to be something that's going to require everybody to need a solution, I think. So there's a 25,000-page draft environmental impact report, which I understand is going to be late because the federal government shut down, so that's good news. Comment period will be 120 days. We do understand that the governor is planning to release a statewide water action plan that is going to address all the issues that are not in the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. I take that as evidence that we're having a little bit of impact by putting this stuff out for information. The problem is the governor has been a staunch supporter of immediately pursuing moving forward with the tunnels, and if that continues to be his major plank of his statewide water action plan, then we still have a problem. So what to do? I'm here today to ask you to sign on to a letter. We'd like to get as much political muscle onto a regional letter to the governor saying, hey, look, we need your leadership to make sure that these tunnels don't move ahead of solving these problems in the Delta. It's a fairly simple letter. I like to keep it simple, one page. Maybe we can get this issue addressed. Maybe not, don't know. We're asking people to adopt formal positions against the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. You need to wait until the draft DIR comes out to make sure that they haven't changed the project in any way. And then, generally speaking, we're asking people to go to the window, open it up, stick their heads out, and yell, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. So, be happy to answer questions.
Questions from board members? Supervisor Euler.
Einer, according to your earlier slides where you're going through the various projects, the last project you identified, the State Water Project in 1960, that was the construction of Oroville. That was the last time we added any surface storage capacity in this state, right?
That's correct.
In 1960, we were at 15.8 million people in this state. We just crested 38 million people, over 150% increase in population. We haven't added a single drop of surface storage capacity in 50 years, 53 years, while we have doubled and then half again our population in that time. And people wonder why we have a problem?
And we've taken the yield of the state and federal projects, the reservoirs we did, that we thought was available for consumptive use, and 39% of the yield has been dedicated to meeting environmental objectives. So we haven't lost storage, but we've lost yield. Yes.
Does that conclude your remarks?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I think Supervisor Mccollumy was next.
Oh, okay.
Einer, could you go back to the slide, the impacts to Folsom about the dead pool?
Yeah.
Could you just explain this a little bit more?
Yeah.
So it's just
Well,
really crystal clear what we're talking about.
I'm not going to be able to make it crystal clear because it's an exceedance curve, and so I just lost most people there. But so they take modeling all the years of record. They run the hydrology over since 1922 to now, and they look at how frequently things happen. So what this literally shows is there's about 90,000 acre feet. I described it as dead pool. 90,000 acre feet in Folsom. You can go look at it, and there's water behind the dam, but it's below the lowest outlet. So you can't control the releases. The only water that runs out of Folsom when you're at dead pool is the water that runs into Folsom. And it's well below the M&I outlets that serve Roseville, Folsom, and San Juan Water District. And so this is a probability event, and so these are percentages of the time. And so in the existing condition, there is in 1977, they're currently predicting that this happens. And then there's an early long-term and a late long-term, which are two different dates. I don't remember the date of the early long-term, but the late long-term is 2060. So.
And my question is, are those based on the twin tunnels, or are those based on just the climate change model?
No, this is actually the no action alternative. Right. This is not the result of constructing the tunnels. The tunnels are what gets Southern California out of this problem.
And that's the point I wanted to really have you clarify on this, because at the last I guess it was a joint Aqua Mountain Counties Water Agency meeting that we had at the Ridge, we had a very nice gentleman from the state who said, well, you're going to have this problem anyway, no matter what we do. And that was kind of his answer.
Right.
And I think the point that we all really, you most forcefully, I think, tried to make to him was that's not a good enough answer. And we really need to look at the science, and we need to look at the alternatives here to figure out how one portion of the state, meaning us, does not end up the loser in this scenario.
And another thing that the DWR would say about this, they'd say, well, we're not really going to operate that way. I mean, you try to imagine the impacts. I mean, if Folsom, some areas within the greater Sacramento region have different alternatives. Like here in Auburn, we get water off the Yuba River. Some places get groundwater. But a lot of people, you take the city of Folsom, for example, their only source of supply is the water they get out of Folsom Lake. I mean, if you were without water in your house for 4 months, once every 8 years, would you live there? Would the businesses? So the magnitude of the impact, I think, is fixed. They've shown it all on us because it's so big, but it has to move somewhere. In other words, that magnitude of an impact is going to fall somewhere. It's going to fall either on Northern California, upper systems, it's going to fall on the Delta, on the environment, or it's going to fall on the exporters. I mean, this is huge, and we need to figure it out. Like I said, I don't have the answer. I just realize that we need to figure this out before we decide. We need to know how the BDCP tunnels are going to be operated before we install them, for goodness sake.
Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, Einer, thank you very much. Having been on the in my other life on the litigation side of many water issues, this is something is going to make a huge impact to where we're at. I happen to, in my other life, have many friends in the Owens Valley, and to take a look at what the Owens Valley looks like, it looked like that picture there at Folsom Lake. So I'm with you in the need to not only for this board to take action and take a position on it, but also for us to do a more extensive awareness to all of our constituents of how important this is to defend the resource. As we all know, water is life, and it's very important that we protect the water and the water rights that we have from any attack, and that's basically what this is. And the only thing I can add to this is one of those situations that where I'm in alignment with those folks up in Modoc and Siskiyou County that are calling for the state of Jefferson. There's a lot more folks down in Southern California that are willing to sacrifice Northern California for their water needs, and they need to think of other alternatives as opposed to just this one quick fix, because the science says that we can't fight the 17 feet, just like you said.
17 inches.
Or 17 inches. But it's really important that we get this information out. I would encourage you, and I will have my aide talk to you about bringing this information to District 1, both the unincorporated and the incorporated folks, and whatever you need from me to help you get the word out, I'm there. So.
Good. We've asked Valley Vision to do an event on October 21st, and so we're hoping to get a lot of the sort of business and political elite down in Sacramento to take a look at this. Jerry Merrill, who is Deputy Director of the Department of Water Resources, will be there to tell us why the Bay Delta Conservation Plan is a good thing, so that'll be interesting.
And just one more comment. There's one other component to this. I know that there's the PR piece, and let's send letters to the governor, but the governor's analysis, I think, of how he gets to go from A to C is misplaced. There is a component there where he does indeed have to bring it forward, but he seems to be ignoring that, and that's something that I think we need to consult our own legal counsel about.
And we've, by the way, hired new legal counsel. Chronic Moskovitz is still our general counsel, obviously, but they represent Kern County and some Southern California interests, and so they're conflicted out on this. So we've hired Somack, Simmons, and Dunn to be our legal counsel. So we're doing that in partnership with Northern California Water Authority, and we're looking for partners to help pay the legal bill. But yeah, we're going to have to go through the 25,000 pages of the environmental document and put forth good arguments and make ourselves into a serious roadblock if they don't back up and say, okay, we're going to address your issues.
Well, we should probably talk about that, looking for partners, because I've got some friends in Northern California that would love nothing better than to jump on board of this, so.
Excellent.
I just want to make a comment regarding the issue of sea level rise. I serve on the Capital Corridor Joint Powers Authority, and then it wasn't our last meeting, the meeting before that, the issue of sea level rise and the effect it's going to have on some of our coastal rail. So we're already beginning studies about how to redirect the rail on the coast because of sea level rise. So it is a very real problem.
Yeah.
Okay, is there any more comments from the board? Supervisor Euler.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I understand that this is an information item and not an action item, but we have been asked to join with PCWA in a letter in support of our county of origin rights and asserting our position in this matter. And so I would ask that we direct staff to receive a letter that PCWA would draft for us to jointly sign with them, and that it be put, as is typically the case, on consent for our board to review and authorize the chairman to sign it.
All right.
I'll second that. I would like to see a copy of that. I think we should all have a copy of it,
I think it's
or way in advance of it being placed.
I thought that there was one distributed in the packet.
There is in the packet. Oh, that's not the
Yeah,
letter.
to be clear, there is a letter in the agenda,
Is
but it's not
this
necessarily.
the one that you want us?
It's not necessarily the letter the county.
We'd be happy to work with your staff and come
Yeah,
up with
that's-
something that hopefully will work.
Okay. So is that, that's just direction, we don't need an action item. I'm sorry, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to?
Brett just suggested I mention time frame. You know, we're working this pretty hard. I know Lincoln and Rockland have this on their agenda. We're moving forward with the other jurisdictions, and San Juan has said yes, and now we're sort of crossing the county line, seeing whether or not, how many folks in Sacramento we're going to do this event on the 21st. Aqua did this draft recommendation for a statewide action plan. I do think that we'd probably be best if we could do something within 30 days. I just mentioned.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we can do that.
We'll do it on your 22nd.
Yeah. Thank you, Einar. That was very informative. All righty. We'll now move to our 10 o'clock timed item, the Community Development Resource Agency Placer County Housing Element Update. Lauren Clark, Mr. Smith.
Morning, Chairman Holmes, members of the board. Lauren Clark, Community Development Resource Agency. Just very briefly, we're pleased to bring to the board this morning yet again another update to our housing element. It wasn't that long ago that we updated it, but because of some changes in state law, we had sort of an abbreviated schedule this time around. Normally we would have 5 years, and we had about 3 years, but when we're all done this time, we will have 8 years. So Chris Schmidt is here on behalf of the Planning Services Division to present the information, and it includes an action for adoption today. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. Christopher Schmidt with the Planning Services Division. As Lauren noted, today's item is actually adopting the housing element, which will amend the current Placer County General Plan, which you just amended back in April, or we updated back in April. So the housing element is one of the 7 mandated elements of a general plan. It's unique in that the state sets the schedule for the update, which is every 8 years. It's also unique in that the state actually reviews it for its consistency with state housing law. The housing element contains 2 main components. The first is a pretty substantial background report. We've been working with stakeholders and a consultant, Mintier and Associates, other county departments to prepare this document. It looks at our existing and future housing needs, also our land inventory of what we have vacant and what's proposed as far as housing goes. Constraints on housing. We don't want to have undue regulatory constraints that inhibit construction of affordable housing in the county. and also an evaluation of our existing housing element, how those programs are working, what needs to be changed, what actually be accomplished and can go off, what new programs are being proposed based on staff and stakeholder input. And then the policy document would actually get adopted as Chapter 2 of the general plan. One of the big components of the housing element is actually making sure we meet our regional housing needs allocation. The state assigns or projects the growth for the region, and then each municipality is given a share or a fair share of that growth, and also a fair share of affordable housing. So what we have to do is make sure that we have land available for higher density affordable housing, or also show that we have projects approved with an affordable housing component. And when we look at those numbers, we have basically almost triple the residential holding capacity for affordable housing. So we were assigned 3,200 units of affordable housing. We have capacity for nearly 9,000 units. So we're in really good shape as far as that goes. So the housing element process kicked off last year. We had a stakeholder workshop in the fall. We've been working internally and with the public. We've been to the MAX earlier this year. We came before the board in April to seek authorization to submit it to the state, which we did. It was a very informal process this year. Phone conversations, conference calls. We didn't even get a formal comment letter. They had recommended a few changes, which we've made. And later in the process, we heard from PCTPA. They asked for some changes, which we also made to the document. So the changes, since you've last seen the document, the HCD wanted some descriptions on the different communities in Placer County, so we added that to the background report. We also made some minor changes to the site inventory. We lost a few sites because they were in the overflight zone, so that was a PCTPA recommendation. A couple new policies and programs. Policy A8, to be in conformance with the Placer County Airport Land Use Plan, just had to recognize that that plan is in existence and future housing in that overflight zone will comply with their rules. The state wanted us to add program F7 to coordinate with the Alta Center to meet needs of residents with developmental disabilities. And then we added program F8, which was feedback from the state that the zoning text amendment we did several years ago to comply with SB2 didn't quite meet the state requirements. We'll be back with a zoning text amendment probably later this year to bring that into compliance. We went to the Planning Commission in August. They recommended 7-0 to adopt the document. We're here before you for the same, and also to review the negative declaration. Once the document is adopted, it'll go to the state, and they'll have 90 days to finally certify that. And we expect a pretty quick turnaround. The deadline is October 31st. You have to be in the process by October 31st. We've met that since we submitted it early this year, so we're in good shape there. And with that, recommendation to declare the negative declaration adequate and also adopt the Placer County housing element, which will cover the 2013 to 2021 planning period. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from board members? All righty. This is a public hearing. I'll open up public hearing for public comment. Anyone in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
I'll move that we find the negative declaration prepared for the housing element update as adequate by making the findings found in the staff report in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, and that we adopt the Placer County housing element, amending Section 2, Housing of the Placer County General Plan, adopted by the Board of Supervisors on May 21, 2013.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to move the item. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you. Now we'll move to our 10:15 timed item. The Community Development Resource Agency Placer County Conservation Plan Update. Mr. Clark, you're back on.
Morning again, Chairman Holmes, members of the board, Lauren Clark, Community Development Resource Agency. Ordinarily, I'd present from the podium, but with the amount of material we want to have accessible to us this morning, we're going to go ahead and present from here at the staff desk. To my right is Sally Nielsen with the House Rath Economics Group. Sally, along with Bob Spencer, who couldn't be here today. Bob is from Urban Economics. Were instrumental in bringing a lot of the information to you today. And if there are detailed questions, I want Sally right next to me to be able to dig into some of the cost model information that she has. So the primary purpose for today's presentation to the board is an update, once again, on the status of the conservation plan, the PCCP. But also there is one action item related to the potential to move forward with an interim in lieu fee, or an in lieu fee that is applicable to this project. It is something that we were looking at adoption, but there is a possibility of moving that work program forward. So we are seeking direction on that today. The coverage area is pretty consistent with where we've been over the years. As many of you know, that the eastern border of the PCCP has shifted around a little bit. It's been relatively static over the past year. At this point in time, we are not recommending any changes to the map as you see on the screen today. We also show sort of this east-west, or the foothill and a valley floor boundary. We will discuss that later on in the report because it has particular relevance to the funding plan. What's not depicted on the screen is a small parcel about 40 acres in size in the Michigan Bluff area, which actually is proposed for incorporation in the PCCP. That is a conservation bank that has California red-legged frog present on that property, and the mitigation credit value of that property we would like to have available to us. And in order to do so, we actually have to incorporate that into the PCCP boundary. So there's 40 acres off screen, so to speak, that you don't see on this figure that will be actually a part of the overall plan boundary. The participating agencies continue to be the same. There was a direct solicitation, as the board knows, to the city of Roseville. There was a dialogue around their potential participation. A correspondence received from the city said, no, essentially, no thank you, they will not be participating. So as it stands right now, it remains the county of Placer, the city of Lincoln, the Placer County Water Agency, and the South Placer Regional Transportation Authority to see that Placer Parkway is built. In terms of the reserve map, it also has been relatively static, which is a good thing. It's been a map that has seen significant modifications over the years. In order to develop a conservation strategy, we really needed to understand the geography of where the growth would occur, but also the potential geography associated with the conservation activities. The areas in light green are in current conservation status. These are lands that are natural, that have resources present, and resources that can be managed on behalf of the PCCP. The area sort of in that white or creamy white color is where we anticipate growth, and the purple is the area within which we would build a reserve area. It is not the reserve area itself, it's the area within which we would build a reserve area. In terms of that east-west boundary or that foothill valley boundary that I referenced, it is important for purposes of the funding plan in particular. The type of growth and development that we see in the foothills is very different than what we see in the valley floor. The majority of the footprint of growth in the foothills is rural residential in character. It's fragmenting a landscape. It doesn't necessarily displace the landscape that is natural. On the valley floor, you see urbanization for the most part. The areas that get avoided tend to be floodplains, tend to be areas that may be developed for recreation, active and passive recreational purposes. But by and large, what you see on the valley floor is a wholesale conversion of natural or semi-natural lands into an urban environment. The other thing you see between the valley and foothills is differences in cost. Land costs in the valley and the land costs in the foothills, there are some differences there. So for a variety of reasons, we've organized the funding plan around a valley and foothill difference, but the overall conservation strategy is the entirety of the landscape. There is a continuity between the valley and the foothills, primarily along our stream corridors and relationships within watersheds. That is particularly important for salmon and steelhead. Back in 2008, I think it was, we did when was our first projection? 2004 or 5, we did a land use projection trying to look forward 50 years to where impacts would be. In 2011, we updated those projections based upon changes in the economy and changes in land use in Western Placer. Those updated projections then were applied to the landscape. How does that affect our landscape? And what you see is represented here on page 6 in this table, where we are projecting forward, trying to find out what type of conversion we will see over the next 50 years and what type of resources are impacted. What is notable is on the valley floor, vernal pool complexes represent 40% of the overall impact. That is one of the drivers behind the PCCP is resolving the regulatory issues around that particular resource. They are both federally regulated waters of the United States, or wetlands, but they also contain endangered species, both plants and animals. And as such, it is both in the path of development, but also is a regulatory issue that requires some forward thinking and some planning in order to resolve. The other area that's relevant is the 20% that you see in the foothill oak woodland. So again, this isn't necessarily an outright conversion of the oak woodland as it is fragmentation, indirect effects as people continue to subdivide foothill properties into rural residential settings. Then you apply a conservation strategy. So we've projected the amount of growth. We have an assumed level of impact, or take is the term that's used in these sort of planning efforts. And then you apply a conservation strategy to that. So the mapping effort is one component of it. That's the physical representation of the strategy. But these acres of land that go into conservation and what you do with those acres of land is really the application of the conservation strategy. Two important numbers on this particular table, three actually. One is the total conservation footprint is 48,250 acres. Of that amount, 31,813 acres is a local burden. That is our mitigation obligation based upon the conservation strategy to mitigate for the effect of the 30,000 acres of growth that we're projecting. In addition to that, there's around 16,000 additional acres of land that would come into conservation to meet our complete biological goals and objectives. Because the 16,000 acres is over and above our mitigation burden, we seek outside funding. The primary sources of that funding for the PCCP would be state and federal grants. There's a history of these grant programs in the United States, and certainly our partners elsewhere here in California have been beneficiaries of those programs, and we hope to as well. But what's important is that the overall conservation plan yields a conservation footprint of around 48,000 acres, or about 1/5 of the landscape west of Auburn. Within that 48,000 acres, we have to do certain things to meet both our mitigation burden. In many cases, it's replacing wetlands to account for federal no net loss policy standards. In other cases, it's something we need to do to meet certain biological goals and objectives in order to allow species to be sustained, if not recover their populations here in Placer County. So what you see is about 13,000 acres of the 48,000 acres that is restored. 9,000 acres of vernal pool complex is probably the most important number on that screen as it relates to the regulatory context. So we're going to buy grasslands, and we're going to convert those grasslands, which are in many cases dry today, into vernal pool complexes through the payment of mitigation fees. The other number that's notable on the screen is the foothill oak woodland. It's 1,000 acres of oak woodland restoration. Later on in the presentation, you'll see that that is a significant cost driver. That is something that is getting a great deal of attention by staff and the consultant team. In terms of land acquisition costs, obviously this is one of the primary drivers of the PCCP is what does it cost to buy land? Two components to this. One is the cost of land itself, and two is do we buy it in fee title or do we buy it as conservation easement? Spent a lot of time both within the Finance Committee, which I'll talk about in a little bit, but also working with Bender Rosenthal, who is the appraisal firm that we've hired on 2 occasions to evaluate the cost of land in Western Placer. What you see is a range of costs on this particular screen. These are the fee title acquisition costs, not the conservation easement values. It is split between Valley and the foothills. The $12,500 for the vernal pool grasslands in particular was a number that got a lot of attention in the Finance Committee, and there were some significant adjustments to that figure. And you can see that the balance, there is a difference between the size of a parcel and the cost of land as well that was accounted for. On this table, you see the underlying assumption. So this is everybody's best estimate. There's not a lot of data out there. It's based upon the county's experiences with Placer Legacy, with our peers in the land trust world, on what they find in the marketplace of sellers. In many cases, we do not find that land is available for sale as a conservation easement, but that land is available for a fee title acquisition. Our assumptions are built into this. So for Oak Woodland, for example, we assume 40% of the land would be available by conservation easement, 60% in fee title. When you get down to riparian and wetlands, it's essentially all fee title. Very little would be purchased in conservation. This table in the preceding table is what generates our land cost assumptions that you find on the next slide. So when you cumulatively add up what it costs to buy that 48,000 acres based upon both the cost assumptions as well as the conservation versus fee title assumptions, you see the results on this table. The Vernal Pool Complex land being the most expensive, about 50% of the overall cost of the plan, and much lesser extent Valley Oak Woodland, because one, there's very little of it, and two, there's very little that we're impacting with the plan. The cost of restoration also has to be evaluated. So you bought the land, you've over 50 years set that land aside, over 50 years you've been working towards its restoration. This slide is a summary of both our mitigation burden and the conservation actions funded by the outside. The Vernal Pool Complex, again, being a significant number, $23 million to restore that 9,000 acres of land that we bought essentially as grassland and made it 5 to 10% wetland as a result of our conservation activity. That's mostly mitigation driven. Very little outside funding is going to go into vernal pool restoration. The number I highlighted in red is that 1,000 acres of oak woodland. It's 1/9 the footprint of restoration in comparison to the vernal pools and twice the cost. It's a very expensive restoration assumption as it stands right now. This has been discussed at length with the Finance Committee. It's been discussed internally that this is a number that we need to focus on to see if, in fact, we can find less expensive methods of restoring the landscape. A restoration ecologist has been contacted, and we may be spending some time with that individual and his peers in the academic community to look at, if we have 50 years to implement a restoration effort, can we do it without a very expensive and very active and labor-intensive restoration program that you see in this $49 million figure. We also have costs at the end of the permit term. So we've been active for 50 years buying and restoring land. We've been responding to sort of the regulatory outcomes of the decisions made by the City Council and this board. Money is flowing through the Joint Powers Authority. At the end of the permit term, though, we still have ongoing obligations in perpetuity. So the revenue may stop if there's no extension to the permit, but yet we still need to have, as you see in this table, $3.1 million per year, essentially forever. There's a variety of costs. We still are owning land. We're still stewards of that land. We still have to monitor that land. So there's a variety of activities that generate about a $3.1 million annual cost. One of the underlying assumptions of the PCCP is that those costs would not be borne by the general fund. So in the funding plan, we took a good hard look at that figure as to how we could generate that as a revenue. And the last slide on the cost assumptions is sort of this cumulative. You see all of the costs tallied up on this slide. So it's not only the cost of buying land, what does it cost fee title, what does it cost for conservation easements, but what does it cost staff to actually spend the time to buy the land. Not only are you actively restoring land, but you have to get permits, you have to draw plans, you have to go through a procurement and in a bidding process. There's a cost of restoring land. All of those embedded costs are tallied up in this particular table, and you can see at the end of the permit term, there's $964 million in capital and operating costs. But also, as you see in the second row up from the bottom, we've collected $45 million in endowment funding. That endowment funding, allowed to mature, is where we will get that $3.1 million. Moving forward into the funding plan itself, so those are the costs of the plan. Now, what is the mechanics, what is the process through which we will collect and manage revenues to pay for all the various things? So we've been going through this long process. What is the geographic scope of the effort? It's Western Placer County, unincorporated City of Lincoln. What's the permit term? 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. Many of these plans are less than 50 years. We're continuing to advocate for 50 years. What is the amount of growth? That's the projection. What does that growth do to the landscape? What does it convert? Which species are to be covered? If we aren't covering vernal pool species, we wouldn't be focused so much on the vernal pool grasslands. If we weren't trying to cover salmon and steelhead, we wouldn't have watershed relationships between the valley floor and the foothills. What are our covered activities? What are the things that we want coverage for? Need to develop a conservation strategy. Now that we know what we're doing to the landscape, how do we address that issue? We need to quantify our biological goals and objectives, because that will link us to costs, prepare a cost model, which has been done, and develop a funding plan. Tasks 8, 9, and 10 are essentially going to be revisited again once the conservation strategy has been approved for public distribution to the agencies. So that's a key footnote to this presentation today, is our numbers are really good, but they still might move a little bit because at this point in time we don't have full concurrence on the conservation strategy, which could move costs around. The funding plan itself is 3 components. There's the conservation funding that I mentioned, which is the state and federal. That helps with that 16,000 additional acres. There's the area-wide mitigation funding. These are costs distributed broadly across the landscape to all parties that receive benefits from the program, regulatory benefits. And then there's what we call special habitat mitigation funding, or another term we've used is you break it, you fix it. There are 4 or 5 habitat types that really have a restoration burden, in part driven by a federal no net loss standard or because of the sensitivity or rarity of the resource. So you have an area-wide burden, but you also have a special habitat burden if in fact your project affects one of those areas. As I mentioned previously, we did convene a finance committee. They started up in May and they finished in September, a total of 9 meetings. They had a number of roles, as you can see on the screen. I won't go in detail, just other than to say I've been involved in a lot of stakeholder working groups over the years, and this has been one of the better ones. Very engaged, very informed, very active, a real good participation, and a lot of good input was received, and their work resulted in some of the information that is being presented to the board today. We will also reconvene the Finance Committee once we are actually preparing the funding plan, fine-tuning our numbers, one last time getting these numbers vetted before the public review draft. So in terms of how we actually convert those costs into fees, there's a simplified version of even a more elaborate table than what you see here. I'll walk you through it. It generates essentially a couple of tables, one for the valley, one for the foothills. Pausing for a moment just to point out the number in red, which I'll explain how we get there. But the area-wide land conversion fee, as it is proposed today, is $25,397 per acre converted. And for infill projects, which still need some additional definition, but essentially an urban infill type of project, still has a watershed level effect, particularly on water quality, has a much lower fee of $1,000.16 per acre. Then to take a second and walk you through this, because I think the calculation is relevant. The very first number is that fully loaded cost on the valley floor, $693 million of buying land and restoring land. So all the operating costs, all the endowment, everything is sort of in that loaded number. On line 2, we back out the restoration costs because we need to decide what's a local mitigation burden versus what is outside funding from state and federal agencies. Line 3 is just simply the resulting math. What is the total cost of the plan minus restoration? Line 4 then builds in who's paying for what. We are assuming on the valley floor that 67.4% of the cost of the land is a local mitigation burden. So 37% roughly is outside funding. So when we do the nexus between our fee burden, our cost burden, and how that is distributed to the landscape, we need to make sure that the state and federal government is not paying for mitigation. That 67% is an important figure. Line 5 is simply the cost times the local share, times that 67%. Line 6, we add back in the restoration obligation that is mitigation driven. So any conservation action is not in that number. We're buying land and we're restoring it only for our 67% local fair share burden. Line 7 is simply the addition of those two numbers. Line 8 is how many acres is it distributed to. This is our impact number, 18,000 plus acres. Line 9 is the resulting figure of 25,397. There's some embedded formulas that also give us line 10, which is the infill number. There's some assumptions about what infill obligations are. What's also important to point out in line 6, that $388 million on the valley floor, is there is a foothill relationship between that fee. So there is some small amount of money going from the valley to the foothills for watershed conservation in the foothills, which is a benefit to the valley, largely driven by salmon and steelhead issues. It's a relatively small amount of money, but it does flow essentially uphill out of the valley into the foothills to address watershed relationships. On page 21, the next table is showing the same math resulting in a foothill area-wide fee of $7,449 per acre and $372 per acre for infill. The application of the foothill fee is very different. Again, this comes back to the difference between what we see for development on the valley versus in the foothills. On the valley, urbanization, full displacement of resources, the burden is easy to distribute to all parties on the valley. In the foothills, it's a little trickier. If I have 160 acres and I subdivide it into two properties, I'm on an 80-acre parcel. I am not displacing the 80 acres. I'm only on a portion of that property, typically with my activities. Some GIS work that we've done would suggest 3 to 4 acres is fairly typical of the size of the footprint on an 80-acre parcel. It's not the same across the landscape, but just in some generalizations, the larger your parcel, the more area that you occupy and use. So what we've done, rather than applying that $7,400 fee to the entirety of the parcel, we've applied it to an assumed footprint of development. And that's what you see in the second column that's called assumed land cover footprint impact. For parcels 1 to 4.6 acres in size, we assume you impact an area of 1 acre. So it's the 7,449 applied to that 1 acre. 4.6 to 10 acres, it's assumed to be 2 acres. That's 7,400 times 2. Parcels 10 acres and above, 3 acres. It's that figure times 3. There's also some infill, as I mentioned, and there's also the non-residential, which takes that same 7,449 and links it to the per acre of impact. So if I've got a commercial or industrial project in North Auburn, how many acres of impact? The 7,449 would apply on a per acre basis. On this slide, we're highlighting the open space component. This particular section of the funding plan, which is unique to the foothills.
Supervisor Duran has a question.
Yes.
Lauren, I'd like to go back to table 14 and talk a little bit, just real briefly, about how you broke down the single-family detached, your parcels 1 to 4.6, 4.6, 1 to 10, and Do you know what percentage of the foothill, I think you said when we talked, there was 1,600 available units or up in the foothills, is that correct?
16,000.
16,000, okay. Do we know what percentage of, for example, under parcels 1 acre to 6 acre, do we know what percentage of those parcels are going to be possibly building to that out of the 16,000?
Yeah, I don't have the figures on me, but we know how that 16,000 is distributed within these numbers.
Okay, that's fine. As long as you know and we can see that.
Yes.
We don't need to go into it.
Thank you.
Similarly with the infill properties of that 16,000, it's a fairly substantial portion. Again, this is Table 14, wanting to draw attention to the open space component. The open space cost here, or fee here, is not necessarily, or it's not derived from biological mitigation requirements. So the foothill fee component has an open space component that is largely drawn from general plan policy language, Program 6.15, which says, the county should develop and adopt an ordinance requiring the dedication of open space and agricultural lands or payment of mitigation fees to provide and maintain open space on large tracts of economically viable agricultural land. Mitigation fees collected within a particular area of benefit are to be spent within that area of benefit unless it can be demonstrated that no suitable compensatory lands are available within the area of benefit and that lands are available in a contiguous area of benefit. It's been a program that's been in the general plan since 1994. The Placer Legacy Program would have been funded through a sales tax had that been funded. Obviously, that is not the case. We do believe that that program or policy language has relevancy to this work program in that it has not been implemented and it assists with the funding in terms of distributing costs across the foothills. So what you see in the area highlighted in red is really the open space nexus that exists between lands being converted within the foothills, going towards lands in conservation in the foothills, largely for the open space and agricultural benefits of that conservation, contributing to a biological nexus, but separate and apart. What you also see is that parcels greater than 4.6 acres in size do not contribute to this fee because the assumption is they are already contributing to the open space benefits of the community by virtue of the parcel size. So if I'm on a 20-acre parcel and I only occupy 2 acres, I've got 18 acres of open space. I wouldn't have the burden of having an open space fee if, in fact, this goes forward as suggested in this report. Page 24, this table is the special habitat fees and the 5 community types that we're focused on: vernal pool wetlands, other waters of the United States, riparian habitat, valley oak, woodland, and stream. Stream is a number we are still working out. There's some coordination both with the team as well as the National Marine Fisheries Service that will generate a figure here. So these mitigation fees are over and above the area-wide fee of $25,000 and $7,500. So I have a 100-acre parcel on the valley floor. I've got 3 acres of wetlands. I pay 100 acres times 25,000. Those 3 acres of vernal pool wetlands would be 3 times 86,000. That would be my mitigation burden for that project if I avoided nothing and I wrote a check for everything. And that would be my mitigation cost, my operating cost, my endowment cost, my restoration cost, my cumulative and my indirect effects, just a fully loaded cost, and I'm done at that point in time if I paid that. There's avoidance criteria in the plan. There's credit you can get for avoidance, so there's a lot of ways that that number can move. But if I simply write a check for an urban project with no on-site avoidance, that's the basic math. On the foothills, it does get back to the size of the footprint. And then this summary slide, which is sort of the overall, captures all of the information that goes into the funding plan. Wanting to point out the very last row here is the endowment fund balance of $103 million. So we've been collecting the endowment for 50 years. We haven't touched the endowment for those 50 years. What's good about that is we don't need that much in terms of the endowment payment from an individual project. If you look in the land trust world today, they need large endowments because they need revenue off of that endowment immediately. We have 50 years to wait. It allows that endowment to mature so that at year 50 we have $103 million in the bank. 3% net rate of return generates the $3.1 million that we need in perpetuity. Essentially no touch on the general fund other than whatever support we would decide. But if this assumption holds and those dollars come in and we get the maturity that we anticipate, we would be able to fund the program off of the endowment. Before I move into the discussion over the Joint Powers Authority, are there any questions for board members as it relates to both the cost assumptions and some of the funding plan information that was presented?
Yes, Supervisor Montgomery has a question.
Yeah, Lauren, I just wanted to make sure, will you be getting into sort of the alternative visions to perhaps help with the funding for the Oak Woodlands further into the discussion?
Not today, but I can certainly talk about one of the concepts that we're looking, or the type of concepts that we're looking at.
Would you mind?
Sure.
Thank you.
The Oak Woodland assumption right now that generates that $48 million cost is a very labor-intensive, capital-intensive Oak Woodland restoration effort. Planting, irrigating, monitoring, invasive weeds, controlling deer populations, guaranteeing essentially a 90% non-mortality rate at the end of 5 years. So it's a lot of money that guarantees a lot, and it's very typical to what you would see in an Oak Woodland mitigation effort today. If Caltrans put out to bid for a highway project, we need 100 acres of Oak Woodland. We modeled it after that, and then we took it out to the 1,000 acres, and the cost went up fairly significantly. Alternatively, because we have 50 years, number one, and number two, because our restoration effort is not trying to replace Oak Woodland. It's trying to restore function and value. So it's not a compensatory mitigation program. Maybe if we have time, and maybe if we have the ability to sort of work within that landscape over time and take a more passive approach to restoration, we can drive those costs down. And that's essentially the discussion that we want to have with restoration ecologists in the hardwoods world, is passive versus active restoration. Maybe mortality is okay, but over 50 years, we achieve our success rates as opposed to year 5 having to achieve a success rate.
And do we know what the natural mortality rate is of an oak seedling as compared with that 90% rate that we're looking for?
I don't. It might be in the academic literature, but certainly the folks that we're talking to will have a good understanding of that information.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? See none.
Moving into governance very briefly, the Joint Powers Authority has long been discussed as the governance model for the PCCP, so that is essentially unmoved. On the far right-hand side, you see Placer County, City of Lincoln primarily exercising their police power authorities over land use in the state of California. They remain as the regulators. We regulate land use today, we'll regulate the land use in the future unchanged, other than we are accepting a burden within local government to do certain things on behalf of state and federal agencies. But the regulatory activity of the PCCP resides within local government, County, City of Lincoln. The Placer Conservation Authority's role is to receive the revenues from those regulatory activities or receive land, be the stewards of that land, monitor that land, conduct the restoration efforts, do all the reporting and liaison work with the wildlife agencies. So an important distinction is the Placer Conservation Authority is not the regulator. The county and the City of Lincoln are the regulators. The PCA is the party that implements. The wildlife agencies take on a diminished role, in particular the wildlife agencies, in that they have no permit authority because they have issued a permit to us to do the work on their behalf. There are certain elements of the Corps' permitting process that the Corps would still issue a permit, but we would do the processing on behalf of the Corps to ensure that that work is done efficiently. And we'll touch on that later on with the MOU. What we wanted to present today to the board that is different than information that was discussed in the past, and we will be spending significantly more time on this as we get closer to preparation of a couple of key implementation chapters. But we're starting to focus on staffing alternatives. We know roughly how many full-time equivalent people we need based upon what we've seen in the nonprofit and the sort of local government world of managing large landscapes. Alternative one is an all-public employee workforce. What does that look like? At the peak of the permit, about 30, 35 years in, it's 14 full-time equivalent. That essentially has folks like parks and grounds people out in the field, being the land managers, land stewards, plus administrative staff, biological staff, GIS staff, even a part-time curator within county museums. Alternative two, well, I should say an alternative one, there's still a contract relationship. There is still work that's going out the door by contract. So even though it's largely a public workforce, there is contract work going out the door. Alternative two, we cut that public workforce back by half, by 2/3, to say what are the essential people we need within local government to run this, a much larger contract presence in the for-profit or nonprofit world. Whatever services we need, for the most part now, we're contracting that work out. Alternative three is the role of local government in the PCA is essentially liaison work. The county and the city are cooperating with the PCA, but the PCA is a nonprofit organization. Orange County uses a nonprofit. The Natomas Basin HCP uses a nonprofit. We've interviewed both the executive directors of both of those organizations. What we did find in Orange County was while they are a small nonprofit for 38,000 acres of land, just a couple of staff persons right now, they use the Orange County Parks Department to do all their land stewardship. So there is a large public agency component that is taking on a significant burden. We will be bringing this back to the board. We're not seeking direction on this today. We know there's a great deal of interest in that public-private relationship, and it will play into some of the cost assumptions when we come back to the funding plan. In terms of action items today, this is the one item that we did want to bring to the board's attention that we are seeking policy direction on. The PCCP has always assumed that we would have an in lieu fee. The Corps of Engineers in particular, through the Code of Federal Regulations, provides a process to receive an in lieu fee. We were working on that. We've actually got 50%, I would say, of the work done towards that. But it wasn't going to be adopted until the PCCP was going to be adopted. It was going to be one of the implementation tools of the PCCP is to have an in lieu fee present. What we have is a request before us from parties at the Placer Vineyards Development Group to actually move forward the in lieu fee, largely because of the status of their 404 permit. They're nearing the completion of their federal environmental analysis through NEPA. They are hoping to get their 404 permit issued in the not-too-distant future, and as part of their mitigation package, through their environmental impact statement at the core, they would like to have available to them an in lieu fee. This would advance the in lieu fee to sometime, say, over the next 6 months, as opposed to when the PCCP was done around December of 2015. This slide presents basically what that scope of work looks like. It's a pretty straightforward exercise. It does require review and approval of the agency. So this is not something we do by ourselves. There is an interagency review team, and there is a federal process spelled out in federal law as to how to receive this. We do think there's a variety of benefits, not only associated with the in lieu, but the interim in lieu fee. One is, for the first time in this work program, is the availability of private sector funding. The vineyards proponents are essentially prepared at this point in time to fund a scope of work that's already been evaluated by county staff and county council, and to move that initiative forward. Two, we think it can serve as a pilot project. It can sort of work out the mechanics of the PCCP. It can work out what's needed to implement the program. It's also very compatible with our initiatives, particularly our conservation strategy. It's landscape level, it has a watershed approach, it has in-kind replacement of function. All the things that federal law mandates are mirrored in our work program, can be mirrored in this in lieu fee. Also, what's very important to the property owners is the smooth transition between where the PCCP is today and where it would be as an adoption. You don't wait, you're in, you're starting to participate, you're actually transitioning towards the full implementation. It also gives us early integration of the work program in that, in this case, the County of Placer, not the City of Lincoln, would have the ability to integrate the core process in particular into our local government decision-making. And then lastly, our secret documents would be able to use the in lieu fee for mitigation of effects. So there's a variety of benefits. The key policy issue that we wanted to bring to the board is this is coming early. If the county were to move forward with this interim in lieu fee, obviously we are agreeing to take a substantial amount of money and begin to implement the biological goals and objectives of the PCCP, potentially at a smaller scale, but nevertheless we would be making that commitment a year and a half prior to when the commitment would be formally made for the entirety of the work program. If this item is of interest to the board, what we would suggest is that we start the work. The property owners would like to move forward today, even with some at-risk money. They know that if they move forward with a small contract that the county executive officer could sign, that those are at-risk dollars. But we would like to bring back sort of the entirety of the work program, including staffing obligations, the impact upon the overall work on the PCCP if we have to divert staff to this effort, timeline, and some other things that we think are relevant to the board's consideration. But the key issue today is the County of Placer prepared at this point in time to move this element of the work program forward and essentially in a very much a pilot project start the work on the PCCP? And with that, I'll pause and see if there's any questions of board members.
Any questions from Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, and thank you very much. It's very informative. Just a couple of questions and comments. Number one, I mean, if we do take this step, I mean, that basically puts us, not only commits us to it, but also accelerates the process, correct?
I think it has the potential to put a lot of energy behind the program and that we are moving forward with virtually all of the elements of the PCCP within that in lieu fee.
And you had mentioned that we were already 50% along the way towards the in lieu fee?
In terms of work done internally by county staff.
And that we were already going to go in that direction.
That's correct.
As it was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your understanding, having you're our eyes and ears on the ground here, that this is something that we can accomplish within a reasonable time?
What we don't know, because I've never gone through the process, is the interagency review process. I have heard stories over the years, primarily through the mitigation banking community, that is a laborious process. Having never been through it, and we didn't anticipate going through it early, I just can't predict at this point in time how long that would take, but it will be done much sooner than it would be under the PCCP, that much we know.
Okay. That's probably a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Montgomery.
Yeah, thank you. Let me echo Jack's compliments on the presentation. Huge amount of data, but very clearly presented. You do raise in the staff report two concerns about moving forward with the ILF, and I did want to raise them and just sort of get your feedback on how much of a concern these really are for the county. The first is that that if the PCCP never comes to fruition, the county will be obligated to manage the funds and use them to implement the compensation planning framework without the program level staffing and funding infrastructure that would come with the full PCCP work program. How much of a concern is that, and what thought have we given to how we would manage that if the PCCP did not come to fruition?
If the dollars came in today, substantial dollars, potentially tens of millions of dollars, obviously we have now a burden, a regulatory burden, to spend those dollars and see that those things occur within the landscape, buying land, restoring land. There are many instances throughout California where funds came into these similar work programs, funds sat there for an extended period of time, and even lawsuits were the result of folks not moving forward. So obviously we want to avoid that. And we don't yet know, because we need to spend some more time on this issue. This is relatively new for us in terms of bringing this to the board, as to what would it take to implement this in lieu fee. I think the county has done good work over the years through the Placer Legacy Program and has conducted very similar activities, but the order of magnitude of what we're talking about here is substantial, and it's coming sooner than we would have implemented the PCCP itself. If it takes 14 full-time equivalents, with an all-in work program, are we talking about one or two, for something that's much smaller in scale? We just don't know yet, but we can find out in very short order once we understand sort of the geography of this. Is it just Placer Vineyards, or is it potentially something larger than that?
Okay. And then the second question you raised was just relating to the staff time and resources that would be diverted to the ILF, by definition then away from the PCCP. maybe there's an upside to the federal government hiatus here that allows us to be able to focus on the ILF. But how do those two play against each other, and how do you see that resolving itself?
I think the first issue is by far the primary issue. If we step into the interim in lieu fee and we take substantial revenues, we have to spend those revenues in a timely fashion and do good work on the ground. That's the primary concern that we want to report back to the board. The other is a secondary concern. We don't know exactly what we're getting into. There is a contractor that's associated with this. They would be doing the vast majority of the work. We would need to be present at the interagency review team. We would need to coordinate issues on behalf of the county. But primarily the work that is being done here is by a contractor. If this were to take us down a path that it was a much more substantial work program than we anticipate today, we just want to point out that we're concerned that we don't have new resources to apply to this. We're using existing resources.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none. Now I'll open it up to anyone in the audience that wishes to address the board on our PCCP. Good morning, sir.
Chairman Holmes, members of the board, I'm Bob Shattuck with Lennar. I'm also today representing the Placer Vineyards owners, hence the uniform. But I wanted to speak specifically to the in lieu fee and to maybe address the question of why now. You know, why the early start and why that's important for the PCCP as well as for the Placer Vineyards owners. And there's two real reasons for that. I'm involved in conservation planning efforts around the region similar to the PCCP, and the agencies are really struggling with two main issues as they come to the finish line. One is the coordination with 404 permitting, because these conservation efforts are wetland driven in a large extent. And the second one is how to deal with transition projects. It's finally dawning on folks that the way we do planning in California is we have large specific plans that will develop over many, many, many years. And they group us together for purposes of an EIS. And we're going to need a decision on that EIS in all likelihood, and lots of projects may well, prior to the PCCP being in place. But the impacts will likely take place after the PCCP is in place. And the default effort on the part of the agencies is to kind of build a firewall between the projects and the habitat conservation planning effort. And that means you could easily end up with large plans that are going to be a significant part of your development effort and potentially your conservation effort being saddled with mitigation that is inconsistent and incompatible with your conservation strategy. It's a really strange unintended consequence, and it comes about because of the way the regulations interact with one another. And this, a solution to that we've come to is the idea of the in lieu fee. Under the new mitigation rule that was adopted after the music stopped and people quit developing, but a couple of years ago now, they kind of inverted their priority for mitigation. And it used to be that they wanted the mitigation to be us to come forward with land so we could buy land that would be strategic as part of your conservation effort. Bring it forward, and that would help mitigate for our project. Now they actively discourage that with a more aggressive mitigation ratios and those kinds of things, and they want us to just go to banks or do an in lieu fee. And then in lieu fee allows us to fashion mitigation that supports and advances and helps build the foundation for your conservation strategy, and in a way that as a PCCP comes to fruition in a few years, will allow a smooth transition for the projects then to be able to mitigate in a way that's consistent and just make the change over and switch to participating in the PCCP. And so it's really important for the success of the PCCP itself that we have this bridge to the PCCP that helps deal with the 404 permitting and helps deal with these transition projects. And so that's the main reason I wanted to bring it forward. If there's a chance to address the one issue that Supervisor Montgomery raised relative to the concern about, well, what about our obligations if there is no PCCP? And one of the things that we anticipate as part of this in lieu fee, it'll kind of flush itself out as part of the work program, but one of the things that we anticipate is that we will have to seed the bank. So that in order for the county to take money in an in lieu fee, we're not expecting the county to take money, or the agencies, frankly, to accept a program where the county takes money on a promise. You'll need to have assets, mitigation assets, to apply in return for that. And the idea is that we would be able to come in with some of that very land that, if they hadn't changed the game plan on us, we might be able to bring forward as conservation land to build the conservation strategy. To bring some of that land in, seed the bank, get credits back for it, and then be able to implement the in lieu fee that way. And that would mitigate a lot of the risk to the county. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wish to address us on this issue? All right. Well, then we'll bring it back to the board. Any direction? Supervisor Euler.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as it regards, I think, the only action item we're being asked today, and that's the moving forward with the in lieu fee. We had a good opportunity to discuss it at our ad hoc meeting, and there's good, strong support amongst the ad hoc folks for us test driving this in this fashion, so I encourage the board's support of this.
Second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to move forward with the in lieu fee process. Any more discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you for a very comprehensive report. Very easy. Does the board have any desire to take a short break? Seeing none, we'll move on to Department, yeah. Oh, go ahead, Robert. No.
Robert's taking us out, right?
Department item 6, right?
6B, yes.
Yeah. All right, we'll move forward with Department item 6B, Joint Powers Authority Middle Fork Project. Mr. Story.
Yes, Honorable Chairman and Board. Forgot to turn the mic on. Thank you for having us today. With me is Dr. Dean Tibbs. I'll talk a little bit about his role. But what we wanted to do was present you status of what's been going on so far. I want to present, if you have not seen it, the bottom there, the Middle Fork Project Finance Authority, that's our logo. And that's a Pelton wheel, which is in the middle of one of our big powerhouses. We've actually got a couple of them. You see water coming in and energy going off the top. The Pelton wheel would fit in this room, but it would be pretty high. So that's the size of it. It's about 30 feet, 35 feet high, something like that, and round. Let's see, I've got to get this. Again, I'm going to present you some information regarding the project as is deemed, and then we'll talk about where we're going in the future as well. Staff is proposing to provide communications to this board once a year. We meet quarterly as the Finance Authority, and your members, Wygant and Holmes, meet on that, and that informational items could be presented back to the board after each of those meetings. But the reason we're asking to come back once a year is because we, as the Finance Authority, get final audited numbers for the prior calendar year, which I won't go into what a water year is, but basically it's on a calendar year. Then all the numbers for the prior year would be done, audited. You would be able to see what the actual amounts of all of the numbers were for the year, and that would set you up to move forward into your budgeting process as well. So that's one recommendation we have. A little bit about the project itself. We have a fully approved power purchase agreement with PG&E through the California Public Utility Commission that was awarded to us in April. And that's been moving forward. The relicensing effort itself, all of the CEQA and all of the NEPA were complete. All of the analysis, all of the agreements with all of the agencies was accepted and looked at favorably. We are simply waiting for the State Water Board to approve their what's known as a 401 certification. We estimate that could be tomorrow, but more than likely 2 to 5 years is what we're believing. If we see that the SMUD on the American River goes through that process, then we would know, we'd be able to meet with them and get a better estimate as to when ours would be completed. That was, of course, a controversial project that's 8 or 9 years ago, I think, and they still haven't completed it. Ours is limited, if any, controversy, so ours should move much quicker through the program. Without that license, we're okay, though, because we have an annual license agreement from FERC, which is essentially what PG&E and PCWA had been working with for 50 years. We are to operate under those conditions, and we are fully understanding of all those conditions, and it kind of allows us to work all of the bugs out of our project as we have taken over. There were a number of policies adopted by the Middle Fork Project Finance Authority in April of this year. The financial policies, which actually have about 8 or 9 different financial aspects to them, including reserves and capital planning reserves, et cetera, in there. And I can provide you all those. We have a project operations to ensure that everything runs smoothly with the project, the maintenance and planning is all done correctly for the future. And then we didn't complete the energy transaction as a policy. We completed it as a protocol because we simply don't know enough yet working together, working on this system to finalize our policy. The idea is to come back in May or so of next year to come back with a full policy for all that. We do have limitations on the amounts of trades that can be made and the types of trades within that protocol, and there's actually an energy oversight group of which the county is made up of half staff county and half from PCWA. The operations did begin May 1st. We've been very successful in the operating the project. Dean will talk a little bit about it's not a very good water year, as all of you know, and there's some other issues that go along with that. Staff is also preparing to build what's known as betterments, basically the capital projects that would go forth once we receive the license that have been required from all of the agencies, FERC, as well as what our team decided was the right things to do to upgrade the system and prepare it for the next century of use. It is, after all, 50 years old, so we're trying to bring the latest technology to it. And some of that has been done already in order to get ready, but some of them we have to wait until we get the license before we can proceed on those. Introduced Dr. Dean Tibbs. He's an economist. He has been with the county for over 10 years, helping with the original planning of this project and how to fund this project, and he has continued with us. And basically, if I get asked a question, I look to Dean to help me with that answer because he kind of knows this project inside and out. He has had a long career in the power market and specifically in modeling what the future looks like, and so Dean will be providing you the next portion of this presentation. And at the end, I'll come back on and talk about what we see upcoming for you as a board as it relates to the Middle Fork project. Dean, I'll let you click around.
Good morning. I want to hit on 2 things. I want to, again, introduce and talk a little bit about the volatility associated with our project and what it means to us in terms of its financial performance and our expectations and how we manage things. The other thing I want to do, of course, is to give you some of the information that we've got now after we've been operating the project almost all the way through the dispatch season. So those are the 2 things we're going to hit here. The first slide, I think, has been around a long time. It is a volatility slide. It shows the Folsom unimpaired inflow of water that comes in. This is how we measure water years. So water year is a function of Folsom Lake, not so much just our hydrological system. But you can see it's just up and down and all over the place. The next slide translates the hydrology reality into the electric production reality. So what you see here is a similar slide with the same kinds of ups and downs, the same sawtooth profile, if you will, of electric production for the last 40 or so years. The important thing here, or the interesting thing at least, is that if you look at the average, which is that line right in the middle of 1 million megawatt hours per year, there's only 4 of those years that are average. There's 44 years of data, 4 of which are average. The only thing that says, I guess, is that there's not much a such thing as average here. Okay. In terms of ranges, we've got a low of 209,000 megawatts megawatt hours. We've got an average of the billion megawatt hours and a high of 1.8 million. It's just all over the place. So that's what we're dealing with when we talk about forecasting and then when we talk about realizing actual revenues. 2013, this year, our total production looks like it's going to be 629,000 megawatt hours, well under the 1 million megawatt hour average. Under the PPA, if that's the full year's production, how much of it is ours? The answer is only 389,000 megawatt hours. So PG&E did us the favor of getting rid of a lot of our water before we took control of the project. So we've only got 389,000 megawatt hours of production this year. Oh. Okay. Revenue volatility is the other side of the volatility. I'm sorry. The other side of revenue volatility is our pricing volatility. So not only are we dealing with different fluctuations in the hydrology, we're also looking at an output of electricity that has a very high volatility. And to show this, what we've done is compiled a graph. The red on the graph shows the maximum price on a daily basis, and the blue on the graph shows the minimum price on a daily basis. What you can see is that the maximum goes up considerably in the summer part of the year, and the minimum stays fairly flat. But there's a big difference between the two. So, and this is on a daily basis. So in any given day, we can see markets fluctuate by 9 times or more during the most volatile periods. Now this is the day-ahead market. We do business in the day-ahead market where we bid in 24 hours in advance of when energy is going to be used, and we also bid into a next-hour market. The price behavior in the next-hour market is even more bizarre than this. Not only can megawatt-hour prices get up into the $600, $700, $800 per megawatt hour, they can also go negative, down to minus $100. So if we put power onto the system, we'll actually be charged for the right to put power onto the system. So it's very important for us to be able to look at and manage what kind of market we're going into and then responding to those markets as quickly and effectively as we can. Revenue volatility, part of our work has been to forecast the revenues looking forward. We've done this using a simulation approach. We built a model of our system, an economic model of our system, and then we put a lot of variations due to natural gas prices, electricity prices, hydrology, et cetera. What you see here are the results of that. For 2013, we have a forecast revenue of $32 million. Now, we don't have a lot of variation about that, and that's because we're almost through 2013 now, so we know a great deal about where our hydrology is. And we've had most of our prices already come through, so we're only guesstimating what the next 3 months' worth of prices are going to be. And this month, we're down altogether, so not a lot of uncertainty there. However, take a look at 2014, 15, 16, and 17, and what you see is ranges from $10 million up to $130 million, 11 to 131, et cetera. So we see huge variations here. Now, how in the world will we only make $10 million? Well, the answer to that is we've run 5,000 scenarios to develop this number. Part of our scenario modeling allows us to have catastrophic events. So once or twice within those 5,000 iterations, if you will, we actually have a tunnel collapse or something that brings the whole system down. Could it happen? Yes. Is it likely to happen? No. But if you run it 5,000 times, it does. And that's part of what our job is to consider what could happen and what would we do if it did. Anyway, the point here is that when we're trying to forecast what kind of revenues, and these are gross revenues, this isn't net, so this is just pure revenue from power sales, what kind of revenues can we count on? Boy, you tell me. Average about 55 million. That's what I could say. When and if, no clue until we get into a hydro year. Okay, next slide. Distributions. Once we get through the revenue collections, then we have to pay our bills, and then we get to distribute the net revenues. The net revenue distributions are subject to conditions. We've got a 2006 bond purchase agreement. That's between us and the county treasurer. That agreement stipulates that no distributions can occur for the first 2 years to ensure that reserves to ensure that we have enough time to accumulate reserves so that we've got a safety net to deal with this fluctuation at the project level. And then once revenues are distributed, they're going to be shared 50-50 between the county and PCWA. But on the distribution, we'll split it 50-50, but we also have to prepay the debt that we've accumulated with the county, $1 for $1. So the bottom line of that is, for every dollar that gets distributed, the county will get 25 cents, PCWA will get 25 cents, and the debt prepayment will get 50 cents. And that goes on until the debt is paid off. So that's part of the distribution. From the Middle Fork Project Finance Authority, financial policies, net revenues are defined as the remaining funds after we pay our operating expenses, our debt service, our capital project funds, and all those things are satisfied. Then we can distribute the net revenues. They're split equally, and the other point is all reserve accounts have to be fully funded. So we've got 3 reserve accounts. We've got levels for those reserve accounts, and not until they're fully funded can we even distribute net revenues.
And I might add, the reason for that is that PG&E left us with no money in reserves. They weren't required to, so we've got to generate those before we get into the future to make sure this project is stable.
And of course, the timing of when we're going to get those reserves paid off is very much linked to the volatility of funds and the likelihood of getting those funds in amounts enough to build those reserves up. On the MFP operations, the county and PCWA have formed an energy transaction working group. We've been meeting weekly. Those meetings are somewhat energetic. There's a lot of learning going on, a lot of discussion going on. We are getting along as partners, I would say, reasonably well in those meetings. But we're all coming up to speed on how this project works and what the markets are that we're addressing with the project. Operations with PG&E have moved along fairly well. PG&E is a central part, not just as our buyer, but because they're but implementing our operations. They've got our control center, and they've got to interface with the marketplace, the ISO. That's gone fairly smoothly. To the extent we've had a few little bumps, we've been able to iron them out, and I think we're all fairly well satisfied that we're in reasonable shape with the PG&E relationship. PCWA Power Marketing is managing the marketing of our power, and they've started off very conservatively, and now we're into implementing some strategies. We talk about those, we analyze them, we assess them. I would say that's gone along fairly well as well. Results to date, as Brett pointed out, our hydro year is below normal. To calibrate that, when we forecast revenues using conservative assumptions, we'd use 80% of normal hydrology to forecast our revenues before we know anything about them. The actual revenues that we're going to see, or the actual hydrology that we've seen this year, is only 35%. So our conservative assumption was 80, our actual was 35. It's been a low year for us. Forecast sales, I said, were 389,000 megawatt hours of energy. Our first year is only 8 months of operation, so if this were a full 12-month, this wouldn't be quite so dramatically low. And next year, of course, and forever on thereafter, it will be the full 12 months. And then the last point is the prices in the markets for MFP outputs have been lower than what we thought when we first did our forecasts. And that's been both a surprise and a disappointment, but it is what it is. There's nothing we can do about that. Financial results to date.
Mr. Tibbs, Supervisor Duran.
Sure, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I just wanted to ask a question of Brett here. Well, what is our overall strategy for future marketing and also operations of the control center? Are we moving towards a independence there, or a combination of consultation, or doing it ourselves, or what is the end game?
Sure. I'd be happy to answer that. That's one of the things we discuss in our lively weekly meetings. We not only go over the weekly issues, but we go over future issues. To date, we have this contract, which is 4 years and 8 months with PG&E. We're essentially locked into doing business a certain way, but both teams have decided that it's in our best interest to have the capability to break free from PG&E or anyone else to have our own control room. There is a study from consultants going on right now we hope to have back this month that will provide us much more detail as to how to do that, how much it would cost, and what our options would be for the future. We all feel pretty strongly the initial indications are that it's the right thing for us to do. We've actually decided to put some money in the 2014 budget to begin those steps to provide that. What that would do for us would allow us to go to the market in a much broader sense. We now essentially sell the whole lot to PG&E. There is a little bit of maneuver room that PCW is able to do on choosing which hours and which types of things to play with. But there is a whole variety of things in the financial market out there that we could make more money on. There is risk associated with that, which is why we need to understand that. And that study, I think, will take a look at all that, which is another reason why we didn't fix our energy policy yet, because we want to make sure we understand what options are available for the future. But I think that is definitely the direction both agencies are looking at going.
And that's good to hear, because I know, the sale, the purchase, the operations of the control center are very, there's more than one way to do it, and there are a lot of different models out there depending on what your goal is.
Right.
Obviously the goal is to make money, but how do we do
balance?
How do we balance that?
Right.
So no, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, the financial results year to date. This is the cumulative revenues that we've seen over the month. May through August are actuals. September through December are still forecasts. We haven't gotten there yet. We'll actually have September results here in the next few days, but we don't have them yet. What you can see is that we've started off fairly accurate, and then we've gone downhill, and then in August we're all the way down by almost 10% of forecast revenues. Interestingly, our forecast sales were almost spot on. There's two reasons for that. One is that we didn't do our forecast until May, so we actually knew quite a bit before we did our first forecast. This forecast comparison is based on a revision of our forecast that happened in June. That's part of our policy in managing the project. PCWA does a second forecast in June to true up, knowing everything they know about the hydrological system and then forward-looking on the prices. The 9.6% reflects that lower August price. The actual results for August by itself on a monthly basis was 23% less than what we were expecting. So I would not say that that's a bad forecast error necessarily. That, number one, price times quantity. Quantity was spot on, so price was under by 20%. It was just an unusually low year, low month or inactive month price-wise, and there just wasn't much going on to give us those high prices during the peak hours of the day.
And Dr. Tibbs, what do you think is the driver that brought that price down?
I think the driver was, from a macroeconomic perspective, it was the lack of demand, in the sense that we've got a slowly recovering economy, but not a strong recovering economy. We've got assets on the ground that are there, so that as we grow into our, as our headroom in the supply-demand equation narrows, which is what happens in August, prices would normally increase, but what's happened is our demand just isn't high enough to press the supply.
And so I'm clear, lack of demand for our product, meaning here, or just lack of demand for product overall?
So we're bidding into a California and actually a West Coast market. So when we talk about the market, we're talking about something much bigger than just our relationship with PG&E. The prices are set at the California level by the ISO, but a lot of participants are bidding into our market and taking out of our market. So it's a market.
So the pain was shared by everyone, then it was not an issue with hydro specifically, is really what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, exactly right. And pain is in the eyes of the beholder. I mean, as a ratepayer, you haven't been paying as much for your electricity bill because it hasn't cost as much to supply it either. But for us, as this project owner, obviously we would have liked to see higher prices.
Actually, as a minor point, the hydroelectric power is more valuable, and they can pay us more because we can move up and down quicker than a lot of the other types of facilities.
Mr. Chairman?
Supervisor Bueller.
Yes, please. Need your help in reconciling some of these numbers here. What am I, this is in thousands, does that mean that you projected that September was going to be $23 million in revenue?
No, this is a cumulative chart. So there's another chart. There's another chart that would support this, which would be the monthly chart. But then we're full of numbers, and I thought this might be better to.
I didn't get that cumulative part.
I could have said it clearer, perhaps.
Okay. So then, on a 12-month run of that, first of all, does the authority operate on a
calendar year?
On a calendar, not a fiscal?
Its fiscal year is the calendar year.
Right.
As is PCWA's.
It's not July 1, June 30?
No. Okay. And there's a water year, which is even different than that.
Okay. Sure. So then the full 12-month run of that would show us what? What are we guessing?
We'd probably see another $8 to $10 million of revenues, because the revenues that are lost in this particular year are the first January through April are the lower
revenue,
lower output, lower price months. So we'd have seen about $8 to $10 million more. That notwithstanding the fact that PG&E really did produce almost half of the total output in those first 4 months. So, that's a balancing that we probably wouldn't have chosen to do had we had full control of the project from the beginning.
But just kind of ballparking, this is where it more or less ties to what you were showing us on page 6 as far as the average of the gross revenues. Okay.
So if the average is $55 million a year, and if there had been another $8 million for the piece lost here, we'd be in the roughly $40 million range versus 55 average. So that's how far we're 30% under average on this hydraulic.
Yeah, the lack of that operative cumulative word was what was.
I apologize. It was on there, and when
my
I
head
submitted it in the end, it somehow was deleted. What's up there? Is it still there? Okay. Oh, okay. I'll make it bigger next time.
Other questions?
Any other questions? Don't see any, no.
Okay, so for our summary on gross revenues versus budget, we've got this chart here where we've got two sources of revenues this year. We've got draws on a bond that was pre-existing with our relationship with PG&E, so that's about $5.4 million. We've got our forecast revenue rounded to $32.7 million. So total revenues coming in at $38 million. How were they used? Operations consumed about 18.5 of those millions. We had to increase our cash in operating reserves so that our treasurer had enough money to keep the bills paying smoothly. So he added another $2 million to the cash reserves. Capital appropriations, although we're not up doing a lot of the work that will need to be done, we're still spending about $8.6 million worth of funds for capital projects. And then that's going to leave our residual of $9 million, and that $9 million is going to go toward reserves. Specifically, that will go to the operating reserve category. Capital reserves, interestingly, we've got about $55 million worth of capital projects forward-looking to get through the transition and new license conditions. So our capital reserves would be up in next year. They're going to be substantially higher. We're going to be calling for $23 million of contribution to capital reserves as well to support that capital plan. So overall, we've got $38 million of revenues. We've got $38 million of expenditures. So that's how we balanced out the financial picture on a forward-looking basis for 2013.
And again, that would be done, closed at the end of the year, and then fully audited and brought back with the actual numbers to this board.
Supervisor Gould, did you have another question?
Oh, I'm sorry, no.
Any other questions?
I wanted to also quickly point out that PCWA has done a wonderful job of managing this and specifically hiring new employees in the last couple of years with direct experience, both in hydroelectric power, in market operations, and the back desk side of understanding how those transitions flow through PG&E and through the CalISO. And that has brought us all up to speed very quickly on understanding the market and how to work the market to our benefit.
Supervisor Montgomery has a question.
Dr. Tibbs or Brett, I'm not sure which of you I would address this to, but On slide 7, the Middle Fork project revenues and the distributions, one of the things that I think is really critical for the public to understand is that how net revenue is determined. And that's the remaining funds after payment of operating expenses, debt service, capital improvements, and reserves. Understanding that, we can't always predict what capital improvements are going to be necessary from year to year because we could have a tunnel collapse or a turbine that blows out or, something along those lines. Do we have a generally accepted percentage of what those costs would be as part of the total revenue?
The capital, as Dean pointed out, is actually somewhat a fixed number in that whatever we've put into the license and done the NEPA and CEQA on, and that's about $55–60 million. The emergency side of it, though, we have taken a look at, Dean has done some excellent modeling and to understand, where I'm getting is what we've done is put a risk associated with that in an emergency reserves to pay for certain conditions that might be coming forward, as well as a liability insurance for the project. We now have various kinds of it, including business interruption insurance, but also if a penstock falls off, we would get paid back for that. But it would take 2 years perhaps to bring us back up and operating and generating income. We have taken that into account based on the numbers, the same numbers, the 80% rule we look at throughout everything when we budget. So that's how the budget is built. What we hope to be able to do is over the first couple of years understand that a whole lot more and get a little more preciseness to how much we should be putting into reserves. There's also, we could go back to the actual bond. There's still some borrowing power to that, or we could go outside. It's a question of, do you want to hold it all in reserve in anticipation of a failure, or do you want to put that money to work and reduce the risk in other ways? So we're as both staffs, we're still trying to find that balance, but for now we're protected. Dean, what's our emergency reserve at this point?
Yeah, the emergency reserve fund is going to be $2 million.
Understood. What I'm really trying to get at is, say, if we do get that average roughly $55 million per year as gross revenue out of this.
I see.
What is our expectation that we're going to need out of that gross revenue to fund operating expenses, debt service, capital improvements, and reserves? Roughly what percentage of that? Because, the vision that a lot of folks I've spoken to in the public is, it's $55 million. The county gets half of it and PCWA gets half of it. And
It'd be nice only, huh?
I'm really trying to set expectations to be realistic for people.
Well, I would say that this chart is a good picture of of the central tendency for revenues and costs for the project. So if we're going to get $38 million in revenue, now that number for 12 months, that would be 55 on average, right? That goes back to our other chart. But the 18.5, that's a pretty good number. It's going to escalate. I don't think we're going to see a great increase in that cost. I think we're going to see that 2 to 3% escalation over time. The operating capital, that 1.9, that'll go away. Once we get that secured, it'll be all right. Capital appropriations, $9 million. I think that's about right. So the $9 million on a long-term basis is probably a good number to anticipate. And then the reserves, that $9 million, once we get the reserves filled up, that goes away too. So once we get them established, they just sit there and maybe increase 2 or 3% to keep up with inflation for for the effects that the reserves are there to cure. So the bottom line then is we'll have 55 million income, we'll have 18.5, we'll have 9 million, so 27 million. So that approximately, using round numbers, 55 minus 30, $25 million or so to distribute between the partnership and the prepayment of principal. That's very round numbers, very once we're through a transition period that could take 3 years or 7 years.
So understanding then, if say that's $25 million after all the expenses based on the 55, 25% of that goes to the county, 25% goes to PCWA, 50% goes
there you go
to payback. Okay. Not big, huge numbers like a lot of folks are thinking.
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
But it's a great introduction for my next slide. Thank you. as your board remembers, in November of 2011, you gave some clear direction to CEO staff and members of the Finance Committee to take a look at whatever those numbers might be, to come back to you with a discussion and a potential policy point around how that revenue might be utilized best within the county. At that point in time, you asked to develop budget and finance policies to address that, and you gave some specifics. The treasurer, the auditor, the CEO office, in this case, David has seen fit to put both his deputy CEOs involved in this, which has been excellent. County council is also a part of it. CEO staff, myself and Dr. Dean Tibbs are a part of that group. We're working well together, and we have very lively discussions, which is always a lot of fun because a lot of different backgrounds are trying to put this together for you. You gave us some guiding principles, which were to establish and maintain the reserves for income stabilization to accommodate revenue volatility, and that's on our side. Again, we've left the Finance Authority. We're now coming to the county portion. To identify and estimate capacity to pay as you go and to fund projects accordingly, and we are analyzing that. To identify and refine estimates of capacity to develop financial plans for infrastructure projects consistent with your current policies, and to minimize finance costs for infrastructure projects to the extent feasible. So we use those as guiding principles. Our progress to date, we've been able to characterize the volatility. You've seen just a little bit of it from Dr. Tibbs today. We will be coming back to you with much more information that specifically addresses some of your guiding principles. We've done that in both the predictive world and his model, and we're actually seeing it, as you've seen from the actual, that the numbers didn't come in as well as we thought we did this year, but we're analyzing that as well. We've begun policy development for those revenues to bring forward to you at some point. And the idea is that we would incorporate those Middle Fork policies into your county budget process and your financial and debt policies, so it would flow with the policies that you've already approved and you've done in your budget, priority-based budgeting as well. Just a little bit of a timeline. The top portion is our policy team. Our intent is to come back before your board in November with some initial discussions of what I had just talked about, to get your ideas on what you think, how we're progressing in that, to give us some more direction. We hope to come back in the spring with a draft of how that process would work. Perhaps by the fall, a structuring of how all those funds might work. And then spring of 2015, if there's a need, and we believe there will be a slight need to amend your policies with some of these rules and obligations. And then the first potential distributions, as Dean had just talked about, could come as early as August of 2015. But again, that's highly dependent on the water years between now and then, and the market pricing between now and then. And we will obviously address that each year as we're going forward with this. On the bottom side, the MFP operations, and again, we're back to that. The end of the year is December. January is the start of that year, just so we'll all remember that. And we're going to be developing new market strategies. We're going to be building the reserves, planning for those new projects. Hopefully we implement the license. Hopefully we get it soon and we begin implementing it. And we, of course, as Supervisor Duran asked, we're going to prepare for that new contract for power marketing and how we're best set up to make the best use of this asset for the citizens of Placer County. And then again, just as a follow-up, in August of 2015, it's the first potential distributions to the county PCA and bond prepayment. And I'll stop there, and if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Any questions from board members? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the board on this item? This is just an information update. There's
Correct.
no action
Correct.
required. All right, great presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And now we'll move to the next item, which is...
Ooh, I made it before noon. Nice.
Watch it.
Honorable Chairman and Board, I'm here before you representing the CEO office to request the board to allow our chairman to sign the contract before you. The past 7 or 8 years, we've worked with Placer County Water Agency to complete that relicensing work. In the performance of that, a number of things were analyzed. We did a nexus study to take a look at all the county services that would be necessary as recreation and other factors apply to the Middle Fork project. We're going to be seeing a lot more people and a lot more responsibilities laid on the area. County services will be affected by that. PCWA and the county staff and management have met and agreed upon this contract. Another point would be that county staff also supports the project in many ways, including budget, power marketing, regulatory, legal, and overall integration through the Middle Fork process, finance, and budget process. So part of our costs are included in those costs as we work the project. This agreement contains annual funding of $1.632,500, and there are escalation factors in that. And it's for a variety of services, including public safety, roads, communication, and some compensation for the loss of PG&E in lieu possessory interest property taxes. Because this project started on May 1st, this year would be a two-thirds payment, and that would be $1,093,775. And as a last note, should you approve this agreement, it will be going on to the PCWA board on October 17th for approval, and it would be an informational item to the Middle Fork Finance Authority. The numbers have already been included in this year's and next year's budget, so hopefully everyone approves it. And then I would begin working with Andy Heath on structuring the budget over time, because some of the services are now, some are later, and we'd structure the budget, which would come back to you in next year's budget of how these services would be, how this funding would be utilized for which services. And I'll stop here and answer any questions.
Any questions from board members? I see none. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the board on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to authorize the board chair to send an agreement with the Placer County Water Agency to provide funding to the County of Placer for incurred costs associated with providing county services necessary for supporting the operations of the Middle Fork project. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Any objections? Any abstentions? Seeing none, the item is moved. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Another good presentation. We'll now move to our last department item, which is Facility Service Sewer Maintenance District Number 3.
I think they're going to be done.
Regional Sewer Project Construction Contract Change Order. This is Mr. Zimmerman and Mr. Bell.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, members of the board. Bill Zimmerman, Deputy Director, Facility Services. I have Kevin Bell with me this morning. He's the Environmental Engineering Program Manager, and he'll be handling our presentation to you this morning.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, just barely. Members of your board, I'm here this morning to request that your board adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Facility Services or designee to execute Contract Change Order 3 to the construction contract with Vinciguerra Construction for the SMD3 Regional Sewer Project in the amount of $718,991 and approve a budget revision for the same amount to increase the capital project budget from $13,800,000 to $14,518,991 funded through a Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan with repayment from SMD3 user fees. On April 9th of this year, your board awarded the bid for the project to Vinciguerra. County staff issued a notice to proceed to Vinciguerra for April 29th, 2013. The initial surveying and construction staking identified utility conflicts that required a significant portion of the pipeline to be realigned from the southbound lane to the northbound lane between Twin Rocks Road down here and Ardea Way, as well as from Camino Oro to Dick Cook Road. As you can see, this section of Auburn-Folsom Road has several utilities that make it challenging for construction. On the left, you can see the original alignment of the 10-inch sewer force main, and it is close to the edge of the roadway, or right near the shoulder of the roadway. While it looks like the force main fits there between the utilities, the 4-inch fiber optic and the 18-inch water main, there's actually, it does not meet the clearance requirements for a drinking water line. So on the right, you can see the 10-inch sewer force main where it has been realigned, and it actually locates the force main in the middle of the northbound lane due to the 6-inch gas line and the 12-inch existing sewer line. Now, constructing the force main in the middle of the lane instead of in the shoulder requires significantly more traffic control and repaving, as well as limiting the time for work to between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. to limit traffic delays during peak times of the day. because the lane will have to be closed. In addition, the proximity to the gas line also limits a contractor's ability to use certain construction methods for rock removal, including blasting. County staff negotiated a total cost of $718,991 to compensate Vince Aguirre for constructing the force main to avoid the utility conflicts. It should be noted that the design engineer acknowledged their error in locating the force main too close to the water line and completed the redesign at their cost. County staff will continue to identify costs that are the direct result of the oversight and will work to recapture these costs. The original funding plan for the project included an interim construction loan from the county treasurer of $2.8 million with a 30-year term at 3% interest until the SRF loan with a 1.9% interest rate could be approved. Due to the construction delay, the SRF loan application package has now been accepted as complete by SRF staff, and they are currently drafting the finance agreement, and we should receive it this month. This alleviates the need to utilize a treasury loan, and as a result of the lower interest rate associated with the SRF loan, the existing SMD3 user fees are adequate to fund the change order with no fee increase. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the change order, about project funding.
Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, thank you very much for this information. That's a pretty significant finding. Question that I have is, was this an in-house determination, or was this someone that we contracted with to design this?
We contracted with someone to design this project for us.
Okay.
And they acknowledged that they missed this one. And they redesigned it at their cost, and as I mentioned, we are working to identify additional costs that are the direct result of that.
You're going to look for any escalation in costs, any delay, any of that?
Yeah, the delay costs are a pretty clear one, and we'll be working with county council to work out the rest of those costs.
I need to know. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other comments from board members? Anyone in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. It's been moved and seconded to item 7A, Sewer Maintenance District 3 Regional Sewer Project Construction Contract Change Order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Duran? Yes. Wygant? Yes. Euler? Montgomery?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. The item is moved. I'm going to declare a 5-minute recess. We've been processing a lot of information within the last 3 hours, so if the board concurs, I'd like to declare a 5-minute recess. We're almost right on time, so we'll be right back. Just got to get blood circulating. Alrighty, the board will reconvene. Thank you for indulgence, and we'll begin with my favorite project, the item number 5, Facility Services Midwestern Placer Regional Sewer Project Construction Operations and Joint Exercise of Powers Agreement. Mr. Zimmerman.
Good afternoon, Chairman Holmes, members of the board. I'm Bill Zimmerman, Deputy Director with Facility Services. I have Dave Atkinson here with me this morning. Dave is a senior engineer in our Environmental Engineering Division. At the other table, we have Rob Sandman with the County Council and Joel Darrington. Joel is a senior counsel with Ansel Bridget, and he prepared the construction, operations, and joint exercise of powers agreement that we have for your board this morning, and hopefully we have a PowerPoint queuing up. We have 3 requests for your board today that will allow us to take the regional project from the design, environmental review, and environmental permitting stage and move that project forward into construction. Those actions are to adopt a resolution approving the construction, operation, and joint exercise of powers agreement. We'll refer to that as the COJA as we work our way through the discussion. That's with the City of Lincoln for the Midwestern Placer Regional Sewer Project for a capital charge of $73,203,000. To be adjusted for inflation pursuant to the terms of the COJA, funded through Sewer Maintenance District 1 fees. Our second request is that you approve the First Amendment to the Design and Environmental Review Agreement, reallocating $481,350 of the capital charge into the DERA to fund easement acquisition costs with no increase to the capital charge. And our last request is that you approve a budget revision in the amount of $40 million to increase the fiscal year 13-14 SMD1 Regional Sewer Capital Project budget from $9,511,994 to $49,511,944, funded through a combination of SMD1 reserves and a Clean Water State Revolving Fund financing agreement to be repaid through SMD1 fees. We have a fairly concise presentation for you this morning. We're going to give you a little bit of background, a little status update as to where we are with the regional project. From there, we'll give you an overview of the business deal in terms of project costs and user fees. And then Joel will walk through the provisions of the COJA along with some of the final revisions that have come along since we submitted our staff report. In terms of project background, we wanted to highlight some of the previous board actions, beginning in March 2012 when your board directed staff to pursue the City of Lincoln's offer to implement the regional project. That was followed up in April of 2012 with your board authorizing staff to submit an application to the State Revolving Fund to transfer our funding from the Plant 1 upgrade project to the regional project. In August of 2012, your board approved the Design and Environmental Review Agreement. At that point in time, you also approved deal points for a construction operations agreement that, along with the provisions of the original Lincoln offer, provided the framework for the agreement that we have before you today. In May of 2013, your board adopted a monthly SMD1 maintenance and operation fee of $95.78 per equivalent dwelling unit to fund the regional project. And then most recently, in August of this year, your board, as a responsible agency under CEQA, approved the environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan for use on the regional project. At this point, all of the design work, the environmental review and environmental permitting has been complete. That information has been submitted to the SRF to help finalize our funding agreement. A big thanks to Lauren Clark for his help in pushing on the agencies when they needed to be pushed to bring those permits through. He was a really huge help to us in that effort. Lincoln has gone through the competitive bidding process for the project and is ready to move forward with awarding construction contracts. The pipeline project, you may recall, was bid with an alternate that provided for the potential oversizing of portions of the pipe to accommodate future flows from Auburn. We have provided cost information based on the bid results to Auburn for them to use in their decision as to whether or not they want to participate in upsizing that piece of pipeline. And so at this point, approval of the COJA by your board and the Lincoln City Council is the last step to finalize this agreement and move forward into construction. Our staff report indicates that the Lincoln City Council was scheduled to take action on the COJA this morning. We were notified late last week that they would not be doing that. They are scheduling a special meeting potentially later this week to consider the COJA. At this point, I'm going to turn things over to Rob real briefly to see if he has some comments on the legal status.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. Members of the board, the COJA that is in front of you today is the last of a series of agreements that your board has considered. Bill has outlined some of those in the prior board actions. It's one of a series of pieces. The principal other agreement that the county will be asked to enter into, we obtained authority from your board in April of 2012, is what's called an installment sale agreement. It's what we call the state financing agreement. That's a document that we've been in contact with the state's general counsel office at the State Revolving Fund to execute if your board approves the COJA today. As Bill's pointed out, Lincoln has a series of construction bids that have been finished up through the bidding process. They'll have 3 construction contracts for each individual segment. It's important to note those are City of Lincoln construction contracts that are done in furtherance of the COJA. As Bill's also noted, the Design and Environmental Review Amendment is one other contract in front of your board today. In the end, the various contracts work together to the final project, which will be an entire package submitted to the state here in the coming days following Lincoln's action if your board approves it today, and the city at their special meeting.
Thanks, Rob. So at this point, I'm going to turn things over to Dave and have him walk you through the basic business deal in terms of cost and fees.
So the first concept of the business deal as it relates to the regional sewer project between the county and Lincoln is the concept of a capital charge. This was implemented in order to put in practice Lincoln's offer of which was one of their key concepts in their offer of a $73 million regional sewer project. And so the COJA incorporates what we call a metric called the capital charge. The capital charge includes several cost categories. One of the cost categories included in the capital charge is that of a construction inflation adjustment. The $73 million offer from the City of Lincoln in 2012 included a budget of 2% for construction inflation to the midpoint of construction. This came to roughly $1 million, but the actual construction inflation adjustment will be based on whatever the ENR 20-city index is at the midpoint of construction, which we've pegged at July of 2014. So that actual adjustment will not be known until then. However, based on our current rate of annual inflation of about 2% for construction inflation, this will increase the cost of the project by about $1.5 million. And this concept was one that was consistent with the deal points that was approved by your board back in August of 2012. Some other things that could increase the capital charge include change orders requested by the county, and of course any county caused delays or damages. The capital charge also includes 2 categories of project contingency, which we'll talk about a little bit on the next slide. So the capital charge is used to determine the amount of any oversizing payment that will ultimately be due to the City of Lincoln, and this will be based on a comparison between the capital charge and the actual capital costs of the project. The oversizing payment will not be made until all of the capital costs have been paid, and the oversizing payment is capped at $17.8 million per Lincoln's offer to the county. In the unlikely event that the capital costs exceed the capital charge, Lincoln would not receive an oversizing payment. Detailing some of the items in the capital charge, we of course have the cost of the actual construction. As Bill mentioned, the project was bid in late August and early September as 3 separate projects. There is of course the inflation allowance, which I just talked about. And then there's a capital contingency, and this provides the total project contingency, not just for construction costs, but for all of the aspects of the project. In addition to those items, there are of course the costs for design, environmental review, easement acquisition. These items were included in the DERA, or the Design and Environmental Review Agreement, which we're currently completing. We'll have an amendment for you on today, as well as construction management, testing and inspection, mitigation and mitigation monitoring per our environmental permits and the final environmental impact report, and of course project management. In addition to the capital contingency, again another key tenet of the Lincoln offer was that Lincoln would put its oversizing payment, which was originally estimated at $7 million, up as an additional contingency for the project to help ensure that the cost stayed within the original offer amount. This information on the capital charge is broken down fully and is included in Exhibit 5 in the COJA.
And I think it's worth mentioning that this slide is based upon the actual construction bids, and those bids came in about $12 million below Lincoln's engineer's estimate. And as a result of the lowness of those bids, we do have a pretty healthy capital contingency to deal with things like rock as we put the pipeline in and things like that. Had those bids come in at or close to Lincoln's engineer's estimate, we wouldn't have a capital contingency. And at this point, before turning one shovel of dirt, we would have spent about $2 million of the oversizing contingency. So I think, from my perspective at least, as and we're going to have to go out there and watch them build this, we're in a lot better place having an adequate contingency available to deal with things that come up during construction. I wanted to point that out.
And, good. Yeah. And Bill, just to add to that's before any change orders have come in, correct?
Right. Absolutely.
Okay.
That's before we've turned one shovel of dirt,
I just want to make
contemplated
that-
one change order.
Okay, thank you.
So upon completion of the project, we'll move into the operations phase of the project, and our financial obligation to Lincoln will be payment of what's called the operations charge, which is essentially a maintenance and operations fee. The county will pay this operations charge to Lincoln for not only treatment of the wastewater at their wastewater treatment and recycling facility, but also the operation of the SMD1 pump station and the pipeline that connects the two. And Lincoln will continue to own and operate those facilities for as long as both parties agree to do so. The county will make quarterly payments, and those payments will be based on connected EDUs. This is structured slightly differently than some of our other agreements with our other regional partners down in Roseville, and that everything is based on equivalent Delman units as opposed to flows, which takes some of the issues that we've encountered out of the equation in flow monitoring over the past years. The operations charge is based on a $24 per month per EDU and was established in 2011, and this will be adjusted annually based on the average percentage change in the total operations cost for 5 similar facilities that both parties have agreed to. In addition to the operations charge, the county will also reimburse for the cost of a specific amount of replacement water for Rock Creek for the first 10 years of operation, and this was part of our settlement agreement with California Fish and Wildlife to get our cessation of discharge permit. All of these costs are fully funded through the SMD1 M&O fees that were adopted earlier this year. Moving on to connection fees and expansion. Connection fees will be used to fund the expansion of the regional sewer system. There is a connection fee study that was commissioned by both Lincoln and the county that's included in the COJA in Exhibit 10, which was provided to you. The study includes an analysis of not only the existing wastewater treatment and reclamation facility, but also the pipeline and the pump station. And so the study includes all of the costs to expand the regional facility through the build-out for the SMD1 system. The numbers that we're showing you here on this slide have been further refined from what was included in our staff report, and they will continue to be refined up through us receiving our SRF financing agreement, which we hope to do in about 45 days, and also upon completion of our work with the City of Lincoln to adopt a common method for calculating equivalent dwelling units between the two agencies so that we're in parity with each other and how that's done. Future treatment capacity will be done in one of two ways. Under the terms of the COJA, the county will be able to claim unused treatment capacity that will be available at the Lincoln Treatment and Recycling Facility. And for the first year after operations have begun, the county will have the option to buy 0.4 million gallons per day of capacity that Lincoln will have to reserve for the county, and that will be paid for at the cost of connections that was described in Exhibit 10. After that, any remaining unused capacity can be available to the county on a first-come, first-served basis, just as it is with Lincoln's own customers. And then beyond that, expansion projects can be taken by either the county and or Lincoln or jointly as our needs require, and that would be done based on a mutual agreement moving forward in the event that a project was only needed for the county would have the ability to undertake that project at its own cost, and that capacity would be reserved for the county.
And so at this point, we're going to turn things over to Joel and have him walk through the COJA provisions.
Thanks, Bill. Thank you, Chairman Holmes and other supervisors. I'm going to spend a few moments highlighting some of the key provisions of the COJA. Regarding repair and rehabilitation costs, Bill and Dave have already summarized the key economic terms of the COJA, but in terms of repair and rehabilitation costs, or R&R costs, the COJA provides for the county and Lincoln to each share the cost of R&R projects along largely proportional lines based on formulas in the contract that are keyed to the EDUs of capacity committed to each party. However, routine repair is solely allocated to Lincoln, and the formulas also factor in Lincoln's obligation for R&R costs on the Lincoln treatment plant portion from its opening in 2004 until August 2015, when the SMD1 treatment is scheduled to begin.
And the last thing we wanted to point out on the R&R is that our current monthly maintenance and operation fee provides adequate funding for the county and the district's R&R obligations.
Moving on from the basic business deal, I'm going to give a high-level summary of what the COJA provides regarding certain key risk management provisions. First, what does the COJA do to address the risk of project delays? If there's a delay, Lincoln must notify the county and submit a recovery plan for the county's approval. To the extent there is a delay that's caused by the county's failure to perform, and Lincoln has provided the required notice, then Lincoln will be entitled to an extension of the applicable project completion dates and potentially of the capital charge, which will be Lincoln's sole remedy for the county's delays. As for any Lincoln-responsible project delays, Lincoln is only responsible for certain enumerated categories of damages, among which include two key things I want to highlight for you. First, there's regulatory fines or penalties that occur after the treatment completion date due to the noncompliance of the SMD1 wastewater. That treatment completion date is August 31st, 2015. The second category I want to emphasize is that any interest that accrues in the SRF loan between the project final completion date, which is March 31st, 2016, and the date when project completion actually occurs will also be Lincoln's responsibility if there's a Lincoln responsible delay. Moving on to cost risk. Per the Lincoln offer, the county is obligated to pay all Lincoln's capital costs for the project regardless of the final total amount. However, there are some mitigating provisions in the COJA. First, as was mentioned, Lincoln has put up their desired oversizing payment as additional contingency for the project. Also, the COJA requires an independent auditor to audit the capital costs with quarterly spot audits and annual complete audits. And in the worst case scenarios of massive cost overruns or delays or otherwise, the county may terminate the COJA. Termination would require a determination of the board that the project is impracticable or no longer in the county's best interests. The county would still need to pay amounts that were due prior to the termination. The COJA also has extensive protections for the county against third-party claims. First, there are insurance requirements in the COJA that Lincoln and its designers and contractors are required to carry in order to protect the county against certain third-party claims. Also, Lincoln is required to defend and indemnify the county from claims and damages arising out of the acts or omissions of Lincoln and those for whom it's responsible, provided that Lincoln is not required to indemnify anyone to the extent of that person's own active negligence. The COJA also provides special Lincoln indemnities for contractor claims, prevailing wage claims, and developer claims. In addition, the COJA requires Lincoln to put certain protective provisions in its project contracts, such as indemnities and insurance that will benefit the county. Another risk involves the potential for Lincoln to fail to perform its obligations. If Lincoln fails to timely cure a material default, then the county can, 1, take over the project and charge Lincoln with those costs allowed under the COJA, 2, obtain a judicial order for specific performance of the COJA, or 3, sue for monetary damages. Moving on to governance. For the first layer of governance, each party designates an authorized representative to make the day-to-day decisions under the COJA. Each authorized representative is responsible for obtaining any needed prior authorization from the Board of Supervisors or City Council as applicable. The parties will work together through a project coordination team, similar to what has been occurring during the design phase. Before I address the next layer, let me back up and give a little bit of history. The Lincoln offer contemplated only an initial 5 years of operations, after which the parties are supposed to work together to determine how to proceed for the remainder of the operations period. In reviewing an early draft of what was then called the Construction and Initial Operations Agreement, State Water Board Council indicated that SRF would require the parties to have a governance structure that would last in place beyond those initial 5 years. So consistent with the basic Lincoln offer, Lincoln operates the project during the first 5 years after project completion, subject to certain rights that the county has under the COJA. After the initial 5 years, Lincoln will continue to operate the project consistent with the county's rights and subject to further oversight by an oversight committee consisting of 2 members of each party's board or council. The oversight committee has no decision-making power of its own, but acts as a liaison between the project and the party's respective board or council. The oversight committee gets regular reports and can make recommendations to their board or council, with their basic function being to facilitate board or council action on things that are enumerated as major decisions within the COJA. Those are decisions that require the approval of both your board and the Lincoln City Council during that operations period after the initial 5 years. There are just a couple of different revisions that have happened since the board package was released on Friday. The first one is in section 5.3.13a of the COJA. Let me just read that first sentence as it was written in your board materials and then talk about what's changed. That first sentence reads, after treatment substantial completion, the regional facilities will have 1.4 MGD of unused treatment capacity, of which 0.5 MGD is committed to Lincoln, with the uncommitted balance of 0.9 MGD being available for future use. The change in this sentence involves the amount of committed and uncommitted capacity of Lincoln. Lincoln's committed portion of the unused capacity has increased from 0.5 MGD to 0.762 MGD, with a corresponding reduction in the uncommitted balance from 0.9 MGD to 0.638 MGD. This reflects the correction of a working assumption that the county had been operating under for some time, but was discovered to be inaccurate during the process of reviewing and revising the R&R study. Speaking of the R&R study, that's the other thing that's changed since the board package on Friday. An updated version has been provided that both sides have agreed to yesterday. Both sides have been working hard over the past several weeks to try to get the R&R study and the connection fee report that get attached to the COJA as accurate as possible. After that draft that was provided last Friday, the parties continued working to revise and get those numbers and some certain language in acceptable state for both parties to agree to. And that was, again, done yesterday. Thank you. I'll turn back over to Bill.
Thanks, Joel.
Any questions from? I have a question regarding the indemnification third-party claims.
Yes.
It says anyone to the extent of that person's own active negligence. Can you explain exactly what that means?
So this is a comparative negligence standard, so that if, for example, if we were both to be negligent to some degree, we meaning Lincoln and the county, then each party would be responsible for its portion of that, to the extent that for Lincoln, they were actively negligent. If they just forgot to do something as what we might call passive negligence, they were supposed to do something, they didn't affirmatively do something, that's not going to be held responsible. So it's for their own active negligence, they wouldn't have to indemnify somebody for it.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
Yeah, that's good. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you. The second action we have for you this morning is to approve the First Amendment to the Design and Environmental Review Agreement. And that amendment, if you recall, the original pipeline alignment was intended to go down county roadway rights-of-way. And as part of the design, the final design now has a cross-country alignment. The First Amendment allocates money out of the capital charge to fund the easements needed for that cross-country alignment. And the cost of that is $481,350. It doesn't increase the overall capital charge, simply moves money from one bucket to another. So I wanted to give you a quick update on that. These are the actions requested that we have for you this morning. Happy to answer any further questions that you may have. Now we have some folks from Lincoln here. Turn it back to you.
All right. Any more questions from board members? Anyone in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move that we adopt a resolution approving the constructions, operations, etc. We approve the First Amendment to the Design Environmental Review Agreement. Or do you want these all three together, Jerry? And then third, approve the budget revision of $40 million, which I've never done before, so I really enjoy that $40 million. That's my motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to move the 3 items on being requested.
I have just a couple of quick comments
yes,
before we vote, if you don't mind, Chairman. I'm a little bit disappointed that Lincoln did not take action on this morning, as was our expectation. And I want to make it clear that this is really the agreement that we are settling on. This is what came forward under the original proposal in terms of Lincoln's firm offer. And my expectation is what we are looking at today is where we're going to end up in this discussion and this agreement. And there is just, beyond what the action we take today, I just want to be really clear that there's really no additional potential from my perspective for additional negotiations moving forward with this, except for those unforeseen things which may happen during the construction itself. But you know, this is a huge, huge commitment we're all making here today, and we're making it with the City of Lincoln and with the City Council. And I just want to be really clear that we are partners in this, and that my expectation is that what's moving forward today is what we're going to see move forward at the city. So those are only my comments.
Thank you for your comment.
By saying that, I feel the same way that the agenda is, and I'm not going to be very happy getting a call later this week that there's been some other changes contemplated with this agreement. So I want everybody to be aware of that. All right?
All righty, the item's been moved and seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Wykant? Duran?
Yes.
Euler? Montgomery? Holmes?
Yes. All right, congratulations, everybody. Thanks for all your hard work. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I just want to extend a huge thanks to everyone in staff for an amazing amount of work that was done at a very competent level, both jurisdictions, Lincoln and the county. Lauren, who wasn't necessarily in this mix but helped out in a huge way with the regulatory agencies. But just some amazing work that was done at a very quality level in an amazing short period of time. So thank you, and I look forward to a great grand opening soon.
All right, thank you. We'll now go into closed session.
The board will now go into closed session to discuss one item of anticipated litigation, and then the board will adjourn as the board and convene as the In-Home Support Services Authority to entertain labor negotiation discussions.
All right, thank you.
returned from closed session. They discussed the conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, and gave direction to staff. Then the board adjourned as the Board of Supervisors and convened as the Placer County In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority and heard a report from their labor negotiations team. That concludes the closed session report.
That concludes the business of the board today. Woo-hoo.